Checkity check. Adam, you getting the signal? Good. Awesome.
Okay, guys. Hi. So hopefully I remember to hit. I just need to make sure I hit record. Yeah, it does an amazing job of just you're gonna be great. We're gonna just we're gonna let it flow here. Okay. Awesome. Yes, and and you got the questions I'm supposed to ask you that I may or may not ask you. I don't know. It depends how things gonna flow here, right? Yes, this is gonna be brilliant. You can talk about your work, and I mean, it's gonna be amazing. Yes. So, and yes, you can believe it because you knew this was you knew you were on the precipice of something big, and now you are in it. You're like this, like you were like this could be big. I don't know. You know? Yes. Yes. Now you just created a lot more work for yourself. Yes, I realize that, but that's okay. That's okay. You signed up for this.
Recording in progress.
It's hurting cats. So you're hurting cats now. Okay, excellent.
You want me to go ahead and
Is did April join in?
Yeah,
Michael.
all the people I know at this conference. Brandy, all the people I know. Yes. Okay. So, like, when I look at um, this, like, people, there are two schools. Okay, excellent. Hello, hello. Is can we turn on the mic? Is the microphone on? Up, 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 up. Hello, hello. Okay. Hello, good morning. Good morning, all. All right, we are getting started here and with our first panel. First of all, I would like to say thank you, Brandy, for putting this all together. Yes, Brandy. Yay, Brandy, day 2 of Elevate AI conference. And we're here to elevate our game in AI, right? And we're here to learn, and we're here to uh, get together and really we're on the precipice of something really big. Well, it's been big for years now. So anyway, I just wanted to just acknowledge everybody and thank you all for coming. So this panel is on governing intelligence, AI, law, and the future of regulation. I'm your moderator, Caroline Dunn, and with me is Diana Lutfi. Am I pronouncing? Okay, and I'm going to let her introduce herself. But the what we're going to talk about today is AI governance is evolving fast. What should leaders evolve? What should leaders watch for? And we're here because we are leaders in AI, right? All right. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so please introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. I feel like it's kind of awkward for me to sit down. Do you want to have me sit down or stand up? I am sitting down. Hi. um, I love and appreciate how small and informal this is. But I'm Diana Letfi. I lead a think tank out in DC called Healing Science Policy Institute. But I kind of came from like the verge of like AI and big tech back in San Francisco and Berkeley. And so that's how I got connected here. And that's also part of the only reason why we're able to actually amass like 5,000 plus physicians and scientists in like a matter of like 2 weeks, right? Um, in terms of where I see AI and tech intersect with law and those forms of regulations, I think it's hard mostly because a lot of law requires um, both knowledge and information of the regulatory process as well as the different kinds of interests. Most people are still not super duper familiar with what AI is or the potential that it has. A lot of people within the Bitcoin space are not even able to actually escape the governing regulations. There's none. There's none. Um, Actually, some very, very significant news headlines since I see that there is an upcoming AI and faith panel. Uh, People have all sorts of talk when you're in these bigger conference spaces and you see individuals who are kind of leading in that sort of space. You're likely also seeing a lot of thoughts about what AI actually is and whether or not it can replace law, physicians, everyone in society that we kind of see as irreplaceable because of their knowledge base. And so I think at kind of the verge, high level intersections of society and regulations, law has to catch up. Um, People have to kind of catch up to the times. We have a couple of people who have been leading in AI, and most of them are still getting bogged down by crazy regulations within DC, within our government. Um, so, in terms of where I see this movement in tech going, I think that there's a lot of push and there's a lot of interest for keeping this as deregulated as possible, but that also means it's very much susceptible to any sort of governing force trying to stop it, right?
Thank you, Diana. Yes, that was a lot of information. So we're going to delve down a little bit more into this, and we're going to talk about. I think there are. Um, would you consider right now with the AI regulation the wild wild west?
So the wild, wild west are essentially also having to go to DC to almost lobby for non-regulation or less regulation to keep the whole concept of open AI still available, right? But as far as like where AI is in law, right now it's still under like one sort of broad congressional code that allows for emerging technologies. It's not necessarily even been as pushed or it's still in deliberation with this current administration. And an example of that in terms of the aftermath having to catch up is you'll see like for example the person with like the highest accrued Bitcoin, Joby Weeks, still having to battle lawfare to 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 do what he does in terms of promoting AI technology, empowering individuals, allowing more people to kind of enter into this world and have more access, right? And so I think that law, like at least big law and AI, might be hard. Um, that's like the easiest way for me to talk about that without going into very detailed specifics.
Okay. So this is this.
Sorry, I'm a lawyer.
All right. So Diana's a lawyer. So let's ask her some legal questions now. Let's talk about what are the most recent trends you've seen in AI laws? Has something gotten passed that we need to be as leaders that we need to be aware of so that we are within legal we're following the law for those of us who want to follow the law, and a lot of us don't. But for those of us who want to follow the law, what is the latest law that's been passed that we need to know about?
I don't think there's any sort of latest law that's been passed. I think there's still a lot of policy discussions, right? So you'll see a lot of that if you go on, like, just Google AI Trump. Um, there's the only sort of caution is if you're maybe in that copyright space, right? So if you bump into other people's work, just make sure to cite it. Um, but other than that, like it's still so new for the vast majority of people. It is still in conversation in the public. Like the wild, wild west, as you say, is far more uh, beyond where the vast majority of people in America are, right? Most individuals are not just unaware of AI, but some of them are fairly scared that it will either take over their lives, take over their jobs. Some people will use it to manipulate them, and we see this with like the most advanced AIs. Like I think CERN has now started creating massive robots, right? To try to intersect that sort of science. And so now we have, additional trends of new and emerging science intersecting with AI and allowing like more people to have far more of an ability to start automating their process, automating their homes, automating medicine, automating law. Like we see this with even Chat GPT. We see this with uh, like now all of the lawyers have like access to like AI to try to summarize and pull all sorts of legal case information. But there's kind of a danger, mostly because there's like you still have to check and verify, right? That legal knowledge and medical knowledge and like tech knowledge still requires humans to program and to check for accuracy. And so using AI as a tool is great. Using AI to replace the human brain, not so much.
Oh, we have a question from the audience.
Presented to you for AI.
What? Let me repeat the question. What proposed guardrails have you seen in regards to AI?
I think right now there's still kind of a fight over whether or not there should be proposed guardrails, right? So, kind of an example of people leading in that AI ethics space. Berkeley has, like my past advisor, Jody Halpern, is now going into AI ethics, uh, just as kind of an emerging field within the intersection of bioethics. They're probably thinking about what is AI and how do we safeguard individuals based on whatever sort of distributive justice, distributive ethics type of model. Um, but obviously, that's going to conflict with perhaps like everyone else's sort of understanding of like this new and emerging technology. Some people want it to not have guardrails, and others probably want like more guardrails to kind of safeguard either their lives or their families or their jobs, right? Because as soon as we start talking about having AI be more cost effective and more affordable, it would start to replace, for example, data entry jobs, um, as well as accountants, for example. Now we have technologies that can practically do the tasks of real humans. Uh, and that kind of displaces an aspect of the human connection, right? So I think if I were to propose guardrails, it would be to start to really define AI as a tool, and start to essentially utilize any sort of resource back into actually training and teaching people how to use this tool and how to use this technology so that that can actually improve their lives. Those would be very basic guardrails that I would propose, but not necessarily guardrails that are in discussion in DC per se. The discussions in DC are occurring around whether or not AI, like for example with the whole Elon Doge project, Doge was essentially pushing for more people to utilize AI as well. Like HHS is also pushing for more of their employees to utilize AI to do more in a given day, right? Everyone's going to have like a different roadblock with that because ultimately, again, AI is a tool. It's not as advanced. Like it can only go as advanced as how people can utilize that particular tool. It's not going to necessarily replace human creativity or the human spirit or the human brain. And I think making that clearer with regulation, making it clear to define AI accurately is probably the only way to safeguard and guardrail. But that may or may not happen. And that's kind of the challenge of being in DC, right?
So let's summarize this. Let's let's
There's a lot of information.
yeah, that was a lot of information. Thank you very much. So let's close this out. What are your closing thoughts? There's one thing you want people to take away from what they need to do to either protect themselves or be at the forefront as leaders in AI.
You can always show up.
Okay.
Yeah. Showing up matters. Being in the room matters. Vocalizing your thoughts and concerns and perhaps fears in those spaces matters much, much more than anything else. Because if something sounds good and you realize the full implication of a given technology and work, and that may very much conflict with either what you're doing or with your livelihood or with the average person, and your family's not speaking out about that, very much impacts the fact that those regulations would be passed. I think teaming up, finding people who support you in any sort of given room also really matters. That would be my takeaway with regards to law. I think we're kind of entering into that era where more people are starting to vocalize their concern, and with AI have knowledge of regulations and laws and trying to figure it out themselves. That's not to say that lawyers are ever really going to get replaced, because we're trained to think about a situation a little bit differently. But that is to say that your voice, your thoughts, your opinions about AI very much matters. And those guardrails, right, that we kind of talked about, showing up. Going to, like, there are probably like a ton of AI, cybersecurity, Bitcoin tech events throughout DC. Like this one, exactly. What I love about this one is it's wonderful, and it's so like it feels like community. That's like what's so unique about this event, and what's so unique about how Brandy pulled everyone together, right? That kind of shows you how certain things can't be replaced with just automation and AI.
Thank you, Diana. Great job. And I will turn it over to our next speaker. Thank you, Brandy.
Yeah, let's definitely. Can we get a picture of the panel?
Yeah.
I have on my Clark Atlanta University sweater today, so I'm very proud. No.
Centered in the
Yes,
middle.
centered, okay.
Yes, of course. Yes, very formal here.
Great.
And then, oh, sorry. And then with my phone, real quick. Thank you.
Great. So now we have our keynote coming, right? Jerome Johnson, he works for AWS. He is a director. I think that he can probably definitely tell you a little bit more about his AI journey. And he has a great presentation on agentic. So I am so happy to announce and be able to bring onto the stage Jerome Johnson.
Thank you, Brandy. Thank you. All right, I want to make sure as I guess my slides are being brought up, I'll do a quick introduction of myself and I guess my journey with AI. So again, Jerome Johnson, I lead the solutions architecture team that supports the Amazon Web Services company. And I've been with Amazon for 12 years. I actually have a team that focuses on customers that are in that space that talk about things, that do things that I probably can't talk about here, but I can talk about a lot of other things outside of that. But I also have an emerging technologies team that focuses on artificial intelligence and quantum. I stood that team up in 2020, right? So this is before even generative AI was a thing. I think now I'm actually going to have to figure out what I want to do with that team from the perspective of like the generative AI or AI in general. It's really more generic at this point. It's not emergent. It is actually here, right? The emergent now is really on agentic, which is what I'm here to talk about as well. And as a part of that journey, I also specifically focus on generative AI. That includes working on the White House for policy and also with what we call the House Intelligence Committee and the Senate Intelligence Committee as well on influencing policy. And I'm currently actually getting my master's in artificial intelligence from Georgetown. So definitely feel like artificial intelligence is going to be one of those things that changes the future. And so if we had an agent right now, it would actually just show it up on the stage. There you go. You know, we're going to get that point to where we can start to automate things. All right, so Brandy asked me to come in to talk about generative AI or really artificial intelligence. And I do think I've been talking about agentic AI probably since February of this year. And really last year is when where we're at. And I think we're in this space of innovation to where if you think about an S-curve and innovation, actually, if you can go to the next slide here, before I get to that, and this kind of points to this, is the co-founder of Anthropic, Dario Amodei. And what he brought up was this phrase from a book, A Country of Geniuses in a Data Center. It was brought up in his book, and it really was just talking about what is artificial intelligence going to be. And actually, I use artificial intelligence to really explain to me what this is as well, because I was like, what does that really mean? And really what he's saying is you're going to have the ability to have access to a level of intelligence within a specific, like really you could do it now, that will actually be able to help you, because I believe on the panel, wish I was sitting on the panel, I could talk about what I think artificial intelligence is really going to turn into from a workforce perspective, but you're going to be leveraging that to actually be able to do jobs more efficiently. And it really is going to come down to your domain experience and how you actually are able to leverage that intelligence. And this quote in particular really honestly speaks to agents. Again, this book was probably written 2 years ago, and I'm going to get into agents and what that really means. But really, when you start thinking about artificial intelligence, we're really more in this agentic phase, right? And I think that's really where we start to get to. There's also something called AGI. AGI is general intelligence, and then there's super intelligence. And I think with agents, we'll be able to get there, and we'll kind of go through that as well. Next slide. All right, so this is really just more of a curve and timeline. Probably can't see the two things on the end. I noticed that. I'll talk about that as well. But this is really just more of where we've been from a technology phase and ramp when it comes to generative AI and artificial intelligence in general. So on the bottom, your right, I mean your left, enterprise chatbot, that's pretty much what everybody's using now, right? Every company has it. If for me in the tech field, I would say this is like the hello world for generative AI. Right? It's like you literally just launch a chatbot. It's great. Chatbots are typically similar to what you see on, like, if you're using ChatGPT or Claude, right? But the early phases of these things, really all it did was you ask it a question, it gives you an answer, right? And we would call it like a single shot, one shot kind of like way of actually interfacing with these things. That's all it did, right? And it would be able to leverage its intelligence to kind of give you an answer. Then you started to see document chat. And document chat is like, okay, I have an article. I have, I believe someone was talking about on the stage around lawyers actually being able to summarize cases, right? So now it's not, it's not just ask me about some fact that you may be trained on or data that you've been trained on. Now it's like, hey, look at this document. Give me some points and cues off of that. Actually, you can ask it to give questions as well. In Amazon, we use it all the time. I use it to assess things from a perspective of where I want to know about a certain question. Instead of me reading a 6-page doc, it kind of helps me really summarize and get information specifically. Then you have generative AI, and generative AI is really where we get into really the advent was on RAG, which is retrieval augmented generation. Just think of it as a way for with these large language models. The reason why you have these large companies now that really are leading the way is because of the amount of resources it takes to train them and the data that they need to do that on, right? If you see research on this, like they have consumed all of the internet and they still need more data in order for it to actually be able to be more efficient and do certain things. RAG basically gets you to the point to where, okay, it's generally trained on this, large data set. And the way my analogy is, if you ever seen those movies and you see they had like an Android out there and they're training the Android, and Android is just looking through video the whole time. If you ever seen those things, that's basically what they did to train that data. But I want to make it very specific or esoteric to my domain space. RAG is a way to do that, right? And RAG has been very popular and really is what you will see for most enterprise services now. Then you have data retrieval, and then we can kind of get into where, another innovation on RAG, but the one that is at the very, very right of that is agentic AI. And if you go to the next slide, what is agentic AI? I've been talking about it for a while. What is that? So think of the chatbot that we were talking about earlier, right? And that's like the user prompt interface. And let me make sure I'm not blocking the screen here as I'm presenting. So let me know if that's happening. But you got your chatbot, right? Again, I asked for a question. Now it's not necessarily a question. I'm asking for a task. Please do this for me. Like you can actually, and I'll talk about a product now that will schedule a meeting within your calendar, right? The way it does that is it says, hey, there's a goal that I need to go and schedule a meeting. And the way that it thinks about that is this advent that we've had with agentic AI, which is the agent brain. Think of the agent brain as like, you'll hear something called reasoning. If you go into ChatGPT now, it really came out with DeepSeek to where now it's telling you what it's doing. It's thinking, okay, in order for me to, in this case, my example of creating a calendar invite, I need to go search through Jerome's calendar to figure out what invite that is. Then I need to go, once I find that, let me go figure out how I can add it to Jerome's calendar. That is the brain working, right? So it's not just one shot to where it's just giving me an answer. It's actually thinking through how it's actually going to be able to do that. And that is the plan, reason, and orchestrate phase, right? And so that is really where a lot of when you hear about agents, and people are using it now, but that's really the crux of it. It's really more around how it's able to actually figure out and determine how to do a task, and then what tools and skills it can use. So quick story on this. So, doing the intro in AI at Georgetown, and they actually talk about human intelligence versus artificial intelligence. The reason why human intelligence, which is still always going to be superior, is that we have the ability to be able to create skills and tools to then be able to augment what we do to continue to actually, in this case, learn and evolve, right? Those same concepts are actually being implemented within artificial intelligence. So when you're starting to get close to this, you're going to hear something called tools and skills. Those are basically the ways that it uses to be able to accomplish the task. The more tools, there's a tool for Outlook, for instance. There's a tool to go and search, the internet, right? That's basically what you're giving these agents the ability to be able to go and do. But the hardest part to this is the one that a lot of people are solving now, which is on the far left bottom, store past interactions over long and short-term memory. So when I started in artificial intelligence space, again, maybe 8 years ago, my sense was like, yes, artificial intelligence is going to be very niche at this point because it lacked context, right? Like it only knew what it knew at that particular time, right? And then at that particular time, it's only at, in this case, it runs for a few seconds, right? And that's it. Now we're able to persist time, right? So in this case, if you're ever using ChatGPT, I'm pretty sure they have this. I use Claude a lot. They have something called projects. They have something where now you can view your chat history, right? Actually, now I'll talk about another tool. You're starting to see these agentic-based browsers, right? And these browsers actually are able to, internet browser is able to actually now capture more about what's going on in the world, more about you, and if you wanted to, and it actually gives you more detailed, specific answers to your questions, as well as like tasks that it's able to execute. So storage and memory are going to be the things that I think really kind of excel the innovation and where we're going. And you're starting to already see that now. Next slide. I got to speed up on these slides. I don't have a couple minutes here. All right. So this is more of the timeline for agentic AI, right? And again, I remember when I was talking to folks early on, actually it was policymakers, in February, I'm like, you will never hear, I would always say to my team last year, like, if you're doing anything in artificial intelligence, sprinkle some gin on it, right? And make it generative AI, right? Because that's how most people think about it. Now, industry is really more, we're gentrifying things, right? That's where we are. We're in the age of gentrification. And so what does that look like? Because people in the industry will say, well, agents have been around forever, right? And I would say yes, in the terms of like how people thought about it, but the technology behind it was different. So if you look at the technology here, it starts off with basically rule-based execution and predefinition. This is really just more of like you are giving it, the programmer, and my background is software development, done that for, since I started in the career for over 20 years. That's what we would do. We would do if and else statements. If you see this, do this. If you do that, do this, right? But it was hard-coded, right? It literally was just hard-coded. And there's these rules engines out there as well. There's all kind of things there. That's kind of like what agents were before, to where you give the program information, it then executes based off of what a predefined kind of like script or your definition or how you're declaring the software to work. Now we're starting to see this generative AI assistant phase, to where it's like there may be predefined tasks. In this case, like computer vision, which are using Teslas and even cameras, right? That's been trained off a set of data, but it's only trained off of that set of data. It's very like dynamic. All it's going to be able to do is detect an image based off of how it was trained or created. And that could have been, I've worked with systems now that have, because artificial intelligence has been around for, artificial intelligence has been around for a long time. You can think of the 1970s, they were doing this, right? And that was very stoic, very like static. And then when generative AI comes around, now we can actually, I can tell it with using my words, not without any programming language, go look at this image. Now you're starting to see goal-driven AI agents, and that's kind of like where we are right now, to where, like I said earlier, hey, I would like for you to create a calendar invite for me, right? And it goes out and creates that calendar invite as a goal or a task. And you're starting to see that a lot more, where we'll eventually start to go with this fully autonomous agentic system. And it's not fully autonomous to where people will not be involved. They will just do more things on its own as you're monitoring it, then have it come back to you based off of what answers you may have. So it may run for more of a prolonged, persistent basis. All the things I've talked about now could be microseconds. I think once we start to get, and again, I start talking about like artificial general intelligence, I think you're going to see a series of agents that spawn off other agents to go and do things, not just this large language model that will stack to go and do that. I think that will be where you will see some of the autonomy or agency kind of come into play. Still being launched by a person. Go do this thing, but when it goes and does this thing, it's actually working with other things, in this case, agents, to be able to go and fan that out. because some of those agents may be very specific, right? Like very esoteric. This one thing only does looking at images. This one thing only tasks a calendar. But I think you're going to start to see that happen probably in the next year or so, to where you have these fully autonomous things. I literally tell it to do a task and it persists. May persist for days, may persist for, until the task is done. So I think that's really where the industry is going, and you'll start to see a lot of innovation in that. Next slide. All right. So when I start talking about innovation, for folks in the room that have heard of Moore's Law, right? Moore's Law is just basically this technology concept that basically says every 2 years you'll see a doubling in some level of innovation. Well, what we've seen from generative AI and artificial intelligence is that has accelerated significantly. So pre-2020s, I call it like pre-ChatGPT, the dawn of ChatGPT. It would take like 18 to 24 months was a great way to start to look at innovation. Think of like the iPhone, right? Every year they came out with a new feature, and it was significant till now, right? Like, I got my 17, right? Is it different than my 16? Maybe, right? So at some point it teeters off. What you're starting to see with generative AI, though, is 4 to 6 months. And I think it's actually, if I go back to this S curve of innovation, the bottom of that S curve is really where you see it being more emergent. So think of like, okay, we know this new technology is out there, but we want to kind of figure out how to leverage and use it and figure out how to operationalize it. Within that emergent piece, and then on the stem of that S is really more around growth, you'll see the significant amount of innovation. Every 2 weeks, 2 or 3, and actually you see that now. They just launched something else, right? And really maybe around the memory that I'm talking about now with agents, but you see this accelerated growth. And so now with the generative AI era, I wish I had another slide that basically showed a picture that was created maybe, April of 2024. And that picture was very pixelated. But by the time like May rolled around, that picture was almost like high definition, right? That's how fast a lot of this is changing. And that's really what's showing here, that really Moore's Law is probably in this case cut in half the time of what we're seeing from an acceleration piece. And I do think you'll see the S curve and that curve of innovation happens for every single thing. I think right now, just with generative AI, because of how explosive it is, if you're paying attention to it, you'll miss things, because they're literally just ratcheting that up. And I do think with generative AI in general, you're going to see the pace of innovation increase, because we're leveraging these assistants to help us discover things as well. Next slide. All right. And so this was just more around when I talked about how long these agents are running, right? So basically it's just showing that we're doubling the amount of time that it's taken for these agents to run. First, we run in milliseconds. Now we have some that run in 50, and this is old. I think now they have some that kind of run for about 24 hours, and they're trying to get longer than that. Once those things start to happen, this is where we get to that age of like autonomous agents, right? So that's all this slide is showing. Next slide. Yeah. And so I think this is a great slide to kind of show, and I think this is dated. So I use this presentation for Amazon's AI Summit. The reason why I had my boss brief it, but I was like, I could do it better. That's why I'm briefing it here. And I want someone to record it so I can send it back to him. But at the time, they were saying that software companies were going to be using AI by 2028. This happened in 2024. 33% of companies said they're going to use it, right? And then for the day-to-day work, they're saying by 2028, 15% we're going to use it. If you see the way things are innovating now, I can tell you, like, even within Amazon, they're asking us to use these services. These numbers, in 2028, I say that's going to be like 70%, 80%. And the reason why I say that, you may not know that you're using it, but it's being used on the back end, right? And what's going on in the industry right now is, again, it's more of an emergent technology. When it's emergent, there's also the limited amount of resources, right? Because you're trying to build the resources to be able to run it. So when you hear about GPUs and the shortage of GPUs and things of that nature, that's what's happening right now. And you're seeing all these, if you're in the IT space, you'll see all these like partner engagements. I was actually at the NVIDIA conference, and we launched that. Yeah, we're doing this huge infrastructure, data center buy, and all that is really meant for them to actually start to be able to, like, when you go to your phone and you want to use something in your phone, it's going to be hitting this artificial intelligence on the back end. You won't even know that it's happening. That's why I think this is all going to just be baked in. You won't even necessarily see this. Very similar to the iPhone and how the iPhone kind of revolutionized how people leverage very sophisticated technology, right? You won't even be able to tell. I brought this slide up just to show you how quickly people's mindsets are changing when it comes to this. There's going to be another tail end to this, which is more of like, what's the return on investment, right? Which we'll kind of get to, and I think that's going to kind of curve how they start to look at this. But these numbers, I think, are dated even now. Next slide. All right, so great, Jerome. You talked about all this innovation with agentic AI and all that jazz. Like, what does this really mean? Like, and how we're going to really interact with these things, right? And I think one way to think about it is how technologists are going to be able to leverage and use it to build systems, and how people are going to look at it and leverage and use it, just because it is going to permeate pretty much every discipline and industry, right? Which I do think will create jobs. Like the job that I'm in now didn't exist when I got out of college, right? There will be jobs that we just don't know about, but you're gonna have to know about artificial intelligence, right? You're gonna have to know how to leverage and use it to do your job. The way I explain it is more of like a analogy of like, and I'll date myself here. When I got out of college, I had to put on there like, I was proficient in PowerPoint, Excel, and whatever, right? When people now start to go in the workforce, you're going to be proficient in whatever tool is leveraging that AI that's specific to your domain to be able to do your job. That's pretty much the way to think about it. Not like it's taking your job. No, if you have a job where all you're doing is hammering a nail into wood, yeah, you probably need to upscale, right? But it's like, well, how can I leverage AI to do that, right? And then what does that do for me from a level of efficiency? Because that's what it's going to be about. This worker can produce X number of whatever widgets or whatever faster than this person. Reason why? They're able to leverage this tool to be able to do that. That's the way we have to really start to think about artificial intelligence. On the, and improving processes, but I think the bigger one is going to be on innovating, which I'll kind of touch on. I think the biggest ROI that we're going to get with artificial intelligence is innovation and how we're able to leverage that to create these things. And I'll talk about a story with my daughter with that in a minute once I get there. Next slide. All right. So we'll see if this works. This is really more around, how do you think, I just talked about these agents. And these agents, right, this agentic kind of like AI system is going to talk to, is going to go out and interface with other agents. How would that look? I'm hoping this one has the video. Is it showing or is it not? All right, cool. It's coming. It's coming. Let's see. This is a cool one. If out of all the other ones, I think this is one that's pretty interesting. We'll see if it actually. Yeah. Now. Oh, I think it's because it's in. You had to open up in PowerPoint. That's fine. So what this video was showing, I'll get. If you keep it here, I'll kind of explain what's happening. So think of one agent being on the phone, right? System, and then one on the computer. And basically what was showing is more of like a call center. Someone is calling in on the phone, like someone on the behalf, because I do think agents are going to be, you're going to have a digital representation of yourself within the world that knows things about you that then will go and help you do tasks. A great one is like, single father, got my kids all the time pretty much, and I have a dog. And I was trying to schedule an appointment with the dog. Well, in order for me to do that, I had to go back to a website that had the history of his information, health history. Then I had to go back to the other site to go and fill all that out while I'm juggling a whole bunch of other different things. The way this will work, it would be like, hey, schedule a meeting with my dog. I'm going to give you access to this information about my dog, and here's the access to information for this thing. And it just does it, right? And it's actually, you're already starting to see that now. This was just more of a funny depiction of what that would look like. It actually had more modernized, like if you ever hear about the fax machine, how the fax machine does the dee thing? It was like that. It's fine. It's corny, but I thought it was good. We're just not gonna be able to get to it today. It's all good. Next slide. Um, let's see what this one was. I think all the videos probably aren't going to work. Okay, so for this one, it's really more for people really trying to understand this, really more for the technologists in the room. Like people that access the internet now and use a website, right? Which I think is becoming even more interesting based off of you're able to get a lot of this information just by going to like ChatGPT and things of that nature and pulls this information down for you. But there's a lot of aesthetics within a website, right? We want to see the nice little picture. We want to, maybe have something that entertains us sometimes as we go through these things, which requires us to have more clicks and more information that really is just more human-like. With agents, and we'll kind of get there, these agents now are actually able to peruse websites for you, right? You don't, like, the agent doesn't care about this nice picture of, in this case, a dog that I was talking about earlier. I'm pretty sure if you didn't see that and you're a person that, as a consumer, you see a website that doesn't look, doesn't have some of those things, you will question the website and quality. Agents don't care about that. But I think the thing that we have to start to think about mentally with a lot of these things in terms of like how AI is going to be used in the future is you may have something that's on your behalf that's automated going out and doing things for you. So if that's the case and I'm a company, I'm trying to create the next website, I'm probably going to need a website for consumers. I'm probably going to need one for agents. And that agent one is going to look a little different, right? It's not going to care about, we're not going to care about the spacing. I mean, it's not going to care about spacing outside of how to traverse it. And that basically is what it was showing. And obviously the agent, based off of what it's looking for, because I do think we have ADD. If we go, the agent could do it like 2 times faster, but we may peruse down like, oh man, I didn't know about this other thing, right? And I go and do those things. But really it's just showing you, you're gonna have a different user interface when you actually start to think about agents. And I'll kind of get to some of the technology that we're leveraging there. So next slide. I'm gonna try to figure out this. Okay, so this one was more about in the future, and actually it's already here. So for folks that are leveraging generative AI tools now, whether it's Perplexity or ChatGPT, they've come out with these agentic-based browsers, right? And what the browser, and they have something called agent mode. And so ChatGPT just released Atlas. So it literally just came out with Atlas. And what this was showing is that, hey, I want to go and buy something off a website, right? Instead of me going to the website, it's going to go and do it for you. And on the left, your right side, there will be a panel that basically shows, hey, I'm going to this website, I'm clicking on this, right? You're just sitting there just letting it do a thing. Or maybe you want to go grab some coffee, come back, and it does its thing. And I think that's how some of our user experience is going to be. This actually was created maybe 6 months ago, and I think it's dated. This was really more of like, I have a prompt, and then on the right side, it's actually perusing and doing browsers. The new browsers of today, if you look at Atlas, it literally is like you could tell it what to do, but it basically is doing it pretty much in front of you, and then you can pause it, you can stop it, you can actually reroute it. But and they're free, but you're going to start to see that as the new way to interface with a lot of technology on the internet. And so that's basically what this was kind of showing. And all that is agent based, right? Because it has to think about, like, if I want to go buy a pair of shoes, it has to know where to go buy a pair of shoes. And if I want to say, hey, you know what, I want the price to be $50 or lower, which I think with inflation right now is pretty difficult to buy a nice pair of shoes for $50. But I would love for it, it would basically have to think about that. And that's the agent piece, right? The reasoning piece behind that is trying to figure out how to get to the goal based off of what you define for it, which is why I think really with a lot of folks that are going to be still in the industry, it's about, we hear prompt engineering, but literally it's like, how are you actually able to task it to do the thing that you wanted to do, and how efficiently you're able to do that, leveraging the domain experience and knowledge you may have, whether it's buying a pair of shoes. I may know exactly the pair of shoes that I want to buy, so I may need to be a little bit more declarative about how I actually put that into the system to be able to do it. But agentic-based browsers are a thing. They literally just came out. You're going to see more of that as we continue to move forward. I know Chrome is going to have their version as well, right? But it's something to be on the lookout for. Next slide. So this is just a demo of, we call it Nova React at Amazon. And so Nova React is basically this SDK that again, when I talked about tools with agents, right? If I wanted to say, hey, agent, go to this website to go and peruse some site to give me, to buy something for me, the programmer would need to have a way for that agent to be able to leverage that. So this is just a tool that the agent can leverage and use to be able to peruse websites. It's called Nova React, but that basically is what this shows. Next slide. Kind of keep moving forward here. All right, so this slide is really depicting what this will look like from enterprise, right? Like this is really more around RFPs, and maybe I want to let out a contract for, some proposal that I want to work on, and in a agentify way, right? Got to agentify things. The way that would work is like I would have my core set of agents right here. I call it RFX manager agent, right? That's me as a company. And then the other companies will have their agents, company A agent, B agent. And then what I'm able to do with my technology, and we kind of I heard the panel talking about it, is like, some of this is around access control and how these things work. I can say, hey, RFX manager, I have this proposal. The agents that go and are able to interface with me to get information to be able to do what you need to do and need to have access to certain tools that are on the other side here. The requirements gathering agent, right? Like I need to know what the requirements are so that way I can let out the proposal to create a statement of work. Maybe there's a legal piece to be able to say like, hey, and again, these things it's not like they're just necessarily autonomous. You will have the legal department would have an agent that basically would tie into this, right? That someone else is leveraging and using to be able to do that. And I think as a part of this is really how you start to scale and implement agentic AI across agencies and across companies. This is pretty much how it's going to work, right? Pretty much there will be a representation of an agent for each one of a task that you do or company or function. So it's really just more of a graphic that shows that. Next slide. All right, so I've talked about a lot of technology, talked about some of the human aspects of that. But what does this really look like in like real life, right? I mean, I think one thing to think about is at the end of the day, these three constants do stay change. And actually it's funny because these are the same constants in almost every technology to a degree, right? Generative AI and whatever, but we're agentifying it. And so now we're saying technology will augment human capabilities. Yes, that's true, right? We've kind of talked about some of these things as well. Embracing AI, right? It's going to be critical to competition. I do think at the end of the day, it's going to be the differentiator for companies, just like anything else. In order for you to be differentiated in some way, you're leveraging this technology to be able to do it. If not, you're not going to be able to survive as a company, right? I think not just as a company, as in someone that is employed, right? If you don't use this, same thing happens, right? But it comes down to the quality of data, which I do think I like analogies. Another analogy I'll give is like Mad Max. You ever remember Mad Max? And the resource was like water, right? Water was the thing. I think in the war of AI, it's going to be energy and data. Those are going to be two things. Whoever has that is going to be the one that has the key in differentiation and have the best competition, right? Be competitive. And I would say not only data, but also, which is the last part, the skills to be able to leverage that, right? And that's why I say if you're not using it now, you're too late, is what I would say right now. I'm saying that facetiously. Obviously, you can use it now. But I'm just saying that's the sense of urgency I want people to have when you start to think about this as someone as you're going in this new world, how's this going to work? But then I do think we need to train the workforce. And then not only that, we need to have tools that make it easy for the workforce to be able to actually leverage and use that. So you're starting to see these things come out. Next slide. And we kind of talked about it here where, I think right now, if you were to leverage the technologies that are out there now, ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, and you're becoming, I would say, more of a power user, right? You know how to prompt it. A lot of times what it is like giving it access to the data that you want it to leverage and use to be able to do its thing, right? I would say right now what we're looking at and what people are leveraging and using are like early days, right, of like what a tool looks like. Analogy is like computers back in the day that filled the whole wall, entire wall, now literally is on my wrist, right? That's, I would say, the equivalent right now when you start to see these chatbots, right? We're pretty much at that stage. But like, what does that really look like in terms of like someone that is going to work on this if it is going to be a productivity tool in the future? If you go to the next slide. This is really more of a statement in terms of Amazon's vision around agents and what we're starting to kind of see in the workforce and what we want to do, right? A set of agentic teammates that quickly answer your questions at work and help you turn those answers into actions, right? So what does that look like? Next slide. So we introduced something called Amazon QuickSight. And with QuickSight, and I rave about it because we leverage and use it now, it's not just like a chatbot. It literally integrates in with Outlook. And you're going to see this. It's not just us. I'm saying this just in general in terms of what you should start to look for in terms of workforce and how these tools are going to be leveraged and used. But it integrates with Outlook, integrates with your browser, and actually has its own interface. Those things kind of existed. But what it actually is able to do is allow you to leverage and create your own agents to be able to do other tasks. So you're automating things, right? And some of it is integrated. Like a great example is I got a new employee that's starting on Monday. And I'm like, it was sitting on the side, right? I got Outlook there. And I'm like, you know what? Let me see if I can ask it to help me write an intro for this person. Now, me being, I'm like leader of leaders, right? Like it's been a while since I've actually had to write email to introduce someone to the team, because I have managers doing that, right? So and I say that because when I asked it, like, hey, can you help me write an email for someone I have on my team? The first thing it said was like, oh, let me look through your email. I'm like, no, don't do that, because I haven't written one, right? But I'm like, okay, give it a shot, let it do its thing. So, and again, this is the reasoning part, right? You can see what it's trying to do. It's like, I'm gonna go look in your email. Then I'm gonna go and look. It's been trained on not only the information that has access. Remember, talk about RAG. This is the technology behind that. It's leveraging this knowledge base in terms of like it's turned my email into this data source that it's able to access. It then went out to Amazon knowledge bases on its own, right? And being able to actually leverage that, and then look through other emails that showed best practices, and it actually gave me an email that was pretty good. I would say it's like 70%, right? I was surprised, right? And that's why I would say when you're leveraging this technology, whatever you think in your brain, obviously, make sure it's like ethical. But I would ask it to do it, and you will be surprised at what it kind of comes back with. But it actually gave me this email. Took me, I'm busy. It took me 10 minutes to write it versus like what would usually take me 30 minutes. And it was just based off of how it was trained and how it was leveraged and used. But I think that is like the tip of the iceberg in terms of where we're going with this. Next slide. So with QuickSight, again, it has that. This is kind of like, and although optics-wise, probably can't see it as much, but basically has two parts to it, right? There's a plugin. Again, you're going to see this. It's not just Amazon. All the companies are going to start to do this. Think of that as like, remember the Clippy with Microsoft, right? The little Clippy that walked around. Actually, they're going to come out with another one that's probably does what it's supposed to do versus like what it would do back in the day. But I think now this is the age of Clippy, right? And but not only that, this one actually has a standalone website. And in this website, you can create chatbots. So you don't have to be a data scientist to know what that chatbot is. I can say I want a chatbot off of the information that I have in terms of like with my team, we create architectures. There's a repository for certain things that we leverage and do. I can create a chatbot, not having to work with IT to say, I want this chatbot to be able to connect to this data source. And then I'm going to, not only is it a chatbot, so in that case, I can go through and just say, hey, chatbot, look for this thing that's very esoteric to my needs and my team, right? Without having to talk to IT to do that. You get to this other part to where now I could chain these things together. And I think that's really where we're going to, where now you're getting to some level of autonomy, like autonomous kind of like workflows that you can create that are based off of your company's data and what you have access to, leveraging an enterprise tool to be able to do that without actually having to talk to like an IT person to be able to go and create this for you, right? I look at it as like, this is the age of of the AI macros, right? So if you remember the macros of the day of Excel and things of that nature, these are like the macros that people can be able to do leveraging data. So next slide. And again, the videos, this was supposed to be a video. So the video is not showing here, but literally what you can do as one of the functions is create this workflow. It's just a graphic depiction. Literally, you're dragging blocks over. So again, I create one chatbot or agent that has access to this data source, and I have one agent that does this for this data source. Then I want to tie them together, literally draw them together. Now I actually have a way to actually be able to automate some of the things that I'm doing. Like there's a lot of things, and I think with artificial intelligence, we have to realize like, yeah, there's these very sophisticated things that people are aware of, but there are some things that are just low-hanging fruit that I have to do every single time, right? This will allow you to be able to do that without, again, necessarily having to know a lot of domain experience in data science and what really chatbot is. You don't worry about that. Literally, you're just leveraging this tool to be able to do that. And I think that's what you're going to see in workforce in the future. Is going to be these level of tools that actually are able to help you like do your job by leveraging the data, the intelligence behind it. So forgive me that don't have the video here. I can share the slides, but it'll show that as well. And that's just like one feature. But again, I think what we're starting to see is like how can we democratize the access of this technology to people that don't necessarily know anything about IT, right? In a way that allows them to be productive and do their job. Next slide. All right. So I see I got 8 minutes. We'll see. I'm gonna get through it. We're almost done. So the last slide, this last couple of slides, I want to touch on innovation. So I was at a conference, and I have my oldest daughter. She's 14. I drug her to it and said, "I want you to sit here and watch Daddy present. You don't think Daddy does things, right? But I'm gonna have you sit here and present." And I remember presenting, and I talked about quantum computing. And I remember her coming to me later and was like, "Dad, so do you think this type of technology will enable things that I see in Marvel movies?" And I'm like, "Yes." And the reason why I say that is the combination of artificial intelligence, quantum's going to come out. You actually are going to be able to, like, if I'm a quantum physicist and I have domain expertise in quantum, right? And I want to solve this problem, and it's been trained on that information, I can then start to ask it questions about like, hey, I want to create this new material. These are the things that I think it needs to have because I know about my space, right? It knows about that. Help me create this thing. And I do think you're going to see a lot of innovation that happens because of people leveraging artificial intelligence when it's trained on data that's able to leverage and use. And as it continues to get smarter, it's not replacing the person. The person just needs to know. First, they have to have domain knowledge and experience, and then know how to leverage the tool that has that same experience and knowledge to help you do something, right? It's just going to think faster, right? I mean, it's going to help you with these things. So I'm only thinking about the things that it may not necessarily know about, or the things that my creativity and innovation within that, and this tool will be able to do that. It's like a calculator. You know, I double major computer science and math, and I use my TI-89 all the time. Like, if I were to do cosine in my test, it would have taken me 3 days to do that, the actual, like, algorithm, right? So think of it like that. I'm leveraging a TI-89 to help me do my calculations for a test. Now, I still need to put the right input into it, though. You know what I mean? I got things wrong. I can use the TI-89 all day, right? But I had to know how to leverage the inputs and what it outputted to be able to actually do my job. That's the way you want to start thinking about this. So next slide, and I'll be closing here in a second. We can go to the next slide, kind of touched on this. This is just showing how innovation is going to happen across the board with different technologies. So this one, okay, yeah, so this is Kiro. So for the software developers in the room, you're starting to see these IDEs that come out, and we call them integrated development environments, that before, when you would code, just think about it as like I have a Word document, and then the Word document, the next letter in there, the next word, it would try to predict the next word. Back in the day, that was great. I remember when I was a software developer, I literally had a text pad, right? I'm doing HTML by hand. And then when IDEs came out, the first thing in the macro was like, oh man, it's color coded. It's freaking amazing. I kind of know what's going on. I know my brackets. I know where everything is. And then when the IDEs came out where it actually did prediction to where it was like, hey, you know, and then it got smart enough. Even when Copilot initially came out, it can actually start to write code snippets. Well, now we're getting to the point with the age of agentic AI is that, and you heard vibe coding. Again, this doesn't necessarily do it justice, but basically on the far right, you can say not only like vibe coding and we're like, hey, help me build this site. It's like, here's a spec. This is the spec I want to leverage and use, right? It could be based off of a user story. Think of Jira. Folks are familiar with that. You can pull your Jira story in, and then it actually will create a plan and help you develop, right? And I think that is going to be the way that we move forward in the future. So, and I just bring this up as a very specific example of like someone that has technology and expertise in a specific domain and leveraging tools like this to help them do their job. Now I can write code faster or develop or create applications faster because of that. And you're starting to see a lot of these things take place. So Kiro, I think, was one of the first ones on the market. Now Gemini, I mean, Google's going to come out their own. But the main thing to take here is that the developer is not necessarily just going to code. It's literally going to leverage the thing to help he or she create the code, right? And then from there, start to see a level of innovation with that, right? In terms of how specs are being done. So next slide. All right. We'll go to the next slide. So this is really like, how do you start to scale AI? And I think agentic agents in particular, we've touched on a lot of these things, but again, I think the main thing that people need to take away from that is going to be the security and trust, which we all know security is important, right? So I said, hey, you can connect to all these things. There's something called MCP, Model Text Context Protocol, that basically is allowing for a lot of these things to happen to where like I can connect to something that's outside of my border of trust, right? To another company. Like I said, when I could register my dog to go get, some type of grooming, right? I'm going to give it access to do that. That's going to be important, right? I think that is a big area where we need to make sure we're focused on. I think the reliability and scaling piece will be solved. To me, the reliability and scaling is really more around having the infrastructure and the compute power to be able to leverage and do these things. So to think about it, with agentic AI, one call, like if I were a user, one call or a task to say, hey, have it do this thing, like create an Outlook calendar, could equate to 10 to 20 calls, right? So if we're all doing that, right, you got to have enough infrastructure to be able to leverage that, because that means this thing is getting hit constantly, right? And memory too. I think memory is going to be big in terms of how we scale, and I think we're starting to get there with that. Next slide. So you have tools out there. This is Bedrock for Amazon that actually starts, if you look on your far left, that have kind of like protocols and frameworks to be able to create agents. Strands is, I think, one of the biggest ones, which is really more of an open source product. But there are these tools that actually are able to do some of these things that help you with this. Next slide. Trying to go with 5 minutes. We talked about this again. This is just really more of a depiction of agents being represented by people, and that it's not one agent that rules them all. You're gonna have multiple agents that do that. Next slide. Let's see what this one. Oh, is it a build out? Hopefully it's not. All right. So quickly on this is like, okay, I talked about agents. Agents aren't going to be the thing that you're going to use for everything, right? So how do you start to think about that? This is just a workflow. I would say for the more simple task and generic tasks, you probably don't need an agent to do that. It's literally just go and do that. If you want a series of tasks that have a very specific action or sequence of actions or outcomes, that's when you start to need to look at agents. That's all this is saying. I'm trying to keep I got 1 minute left. Next slide. I think I'm almost done. This is just basically, I'm saying all this stuff, but you have a lot of access to a lot of these things. Amazon and including other companies will be able to point you in the right direction, whether it's working with some of our providers or technology that we leverage to be able to use that. Next slide. So this was, I already kind of said it up front, right? I do think at the end of the day, right, this is going to be very similar to electricity in the sense that everyone uses it. You just don't know that you're using it. And you know, I do think at the end of the day, it's going to come down to data and power, right? In order for you to be able to leverage the technology and then your knowledge around how to leverage and use it. Next slide. And I should be done. All right, thank you. Yep. All right, I got 20 seconds. Yeah.
Great job, thank you. Going back to the defense side of things, that trend towards agentic AI, how do you get like regulation and policymakers to not slow things down?
That's a great question. I mean, right now, I'll say the administration is helping with a lot of that because, I mean, they want to be AI dominant, right? But again, I work on the Hill with a lot of these folks as well. So a lot of it comes down to, and don't get me wrong, they want to see these things done, but there's also the other part to this too. Like I'm talking about all the great things, right? But you can't beat human ingenuity, right? There are people that can do bad things too. And if you were to think about cybersecurity in the future, I got asked this on the podcast one day where it's like, what do you think cybersecurity is going to look like? One word in 5 years. And I said autonomous when it comes to AI, right? And meaning that a person in the middle that's trying to go and do the thing as this other thing that's doing this, like has its own agency is a problem, right? And so we want to solve that. But a lot of it is making sure they're comfortable with those some of it's around ethics too. But what protocols are we putting in place to be able to do that? And some of that is really like how we talk about the technology and then where we're going. Like me talking on the Hill 3 months ago versus now, I can talk about things that, hey, based off of where we are in the industry, these are some of the precautions that we're trying to put in place to be able to do that. But trust me, the government wants to move fast. You know, again, I focus in the defense space because of things that they know about that things can go wrong, right? So they don't want regulation to hold folks up. They just don't want it to be used against us, right? So I think part of that is a balance. And I think the way I will give administration credit is like, hey, yeah, we know we need to solve these things, but let's do it in a way that we can control the blast radius, right? To be able to do that. And some of that's around policy and just showing them the technology will be able to support and mitigate some of the risks that they have.
Alrighty, how's everybody doing? Let's give it up for Jerome. Thank you so much. Woo! Oh, yeah, let's get a picture. Forgot about those.
In the middle for me, please, guys.
Alrighty, while they're taking a picture, I'll go ahead and announce our next panel. So we have minorities in AI, building equity in tech. Our moderator for this panel is going to be Howard R. John. Oh, the switch up with the moderator. My bad. Malik. Okay, all righty. Welcome to the stage, Malik. And we got to get the zoom in. Good hands. All righty. Also joining us today is Jabari Grubbs. Woo! And then we also have Daniel.
Recording in progress.
Yes. And then I think is Mark joining? Or sorry, Darius is going to be joining us via Zoom, right? I think we got one more. But yeah, I'll pass it over to you.
What's going on, everybody? It's an honor to be here today. If we can just clap it up for all of the amazing panels that we had thus far. Come on, let's do better than that. Let's put some energy into the room. Let's clap it up for all of the amazing information, all of the education, all of the creativity that we all have been able to partake of so far. My name is Malik Morris. I am the CEO of Creative Captures Incorporated. We're blessed to be able to be not only moderating this discussion, but also producing the live stream as well as all of the media that you see here today for this
Recording
discussion.
stopped.
And I'm so happy to have each of these wonderful panelists here. Today it's an honor for each of us to be here. And I think it's amazing because as we see how AI is evolving, as we see how it is rapidly changing the way we evolve, how we think, how we create, there's one major question in that. And that question is, who is included in the next phase of progress for where we're headed. And so as we look at how the tides are changing with DEI, who is that? Is that what's his name? Charles? Mark? Okay. Okay, Mark Darius, it's good to see you. We have you here. All right, good to have you on. So as we look at what the next phase looks like and who's included in the developments of that, I think it's good that we have the discussion that we're having now about minorities, diversity, and the inclusivity of what that looks like within AI, especially in a social and political climate as well. That also lets us know of how we're already dealing with some of the issues of DEI in general. And so that's what we're here to discuss today. So first, I would like to have all of the panelists take a chance to introduce themselves and give a little bit of history about themselves before we get into the conversation.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Jabari. I'm a freelance AI and data engineer, but if you know me, you probably know me from the AI and data events that I host in DC.
Good morning, everybody. Okay, so again, I'm a former teacher. I like engagement. I see a lot of friends in the audience. So good morning, everyone. All right, so Howard John from Black Meta Agency. Our mission is to create a pipeline of 1 million BIPOC men and women in the technology industry. Our primary protocol is using virtual reality for workforce development and simulations, as we see how that can decrease the cost, but also increase access to quality training. We also, host a lot of conferences, a lot of events around technology, community building. Last night, we were fortunate to host cigar, cocktails, and AI conversation with Michelle from Elmwood Cigars and also Brandy from Elevate AI. We also do a lot of training for AI companies, for companies and startups who are looking to integrate AI tools into their infrastructure. And so we have a vibe coding session with AI music. We have music, drinks, food. So we create an environment where you come in with a problem and you walk out with an implemented solution on your device. And so we are really in the industries, as we say, we outside. We also support, political and government projects around AI, around equity. And lastly, we are on a tour right now with Black colleges and community colleges advocating for technology, getting away crypto, with our partners staying with crypto. So we're really excited at what we're doing and what we're bringing to this conversation on equity and culture for technology.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Daniel Ledu. I'm a systems engineer by trade. Specifically right now, I'm considered a model-based systems engineer. And what I do is build architectures and system designs just to illustrate the complexity of the systems that we're working on. So whether that's an aircraft or a spaceship, it's breaking down the system structures, showing the interconnection between them, and then how the system actually behaves. More importantly, it's also identifying the requirements and use cases behind those systems. So the question is, why is it so important? It's important to understand what the system looks like before it gets to production. You want to minimize failures and risk, and if you can illustrate that to senior leadership and also devs on the ground, it supports the team.
All right, let's get into it. Howard, I'm so happy to have you here. He's on tour, I'm on tour. Creative Captures is on the HBCU homecoming tour now, so I like the synergy that we have with that as well with tech. But let's get amazing into it. So the first question I really want to be able to ask is, where do you all see the biggest gaps in AI as of where we see it now, as far as the representation, the access, the data, and even the impact and the influence? And what inspired you personally to enter into this field despite those barriers?
Yeah, so I'm someone that's like a really big data person. I studied information and data science, and most of my clients are like based off of data related problems. So I'm probably going to focus mostly there, where we're still dealing with a lot of the same issues that we always have, where data is biased. We don't really know what to do with that bias. Mind you, almost every data set that we have is biased to some extent. Like if you ask me what's a good event that I have to go this week, it's going to be something that I'm interested in, and that's just my own bias. But you're interested in that because you're interested in what I think. But something that we're dealing with AI is that those data sets are still biased, but they're being used at a higher rate. They're being used in like ways that we weren't able to do that before, and that includes things that relate to diversity. So moving forward, it's trying to figure out how do we remove the silos that this type of data is in. So a lot of times there's data that directly like helps contribute to the biases or mitigate them, but it's typically handled in like social impact. So making sure those data sets get sent out to like other AI models that aren't specifically dealing with diversity, as well as just making sure that we aren't as siloed. A lot of people here might have found out from the same like news source or the same data source of this event, and trying to bridge that gap of like aggregating all these different types of data of like where we need to like find things and making sure that it isn't just held in one specific area. It's something that all these different models can have access to. So that way it's not just the same narratives or the same biases being repeated over and over again.
So, our approach to understanding the problem is taking an academician view when it comes to education and AI literacy. The biggest barrier to mass adoption is understanding where does AI fit into my lifestyle and where does this whole technology conversation, what does it have to do with me? I think the next step is understanding that after education comes engagement. And being engaged in the workforce, then you be engaged in the solution building, engaged in the creator economy, but also engaged in the thought leadership that is, driving a culture of Web3 and AI adoption. And lastly, we have to empower them. So empowerment says, one, we want to empower you with a workforce perspective or a career pathway, empower you with understanding your ability to create and scale within this industry, but also empower them to let them know that no one owns this industry and that it's decentralized. So Web3 is a conversation that we have often about the next phase of the internet is decentralizing, meaning empowering the people. As we know, Google and AOL and Yahoo and these major firms, they really dominate the internet because of their hold on algorithms and their placement and control of algorithms. But this Web3 conversation is about we all are empowered. We all have the same opportunities to create. But now we talk about empowerment, education, and engagement. The question is, where's the access to information? We're fortunate because we're in a circle or a vacuum of AI thought leaders, AI professionals. The government industry is spurring a lot of advancement towards AI and technology development. But I'm from a dirt road in South Carolina called Langley, South Carolina. It's not Langley where NASA is, but it's Langley as it means it's a black community. No one in my neighborhood except my mother is using ChatGPT. I did a conversation with a fraternity earlier this year, and there were young people on the call from middle school and elders on the call that were retired leaders. And they was their first time seeing ChatGPT create a prompt or develop a website or develop branding. And this is 2025. And so I'm realizing that there is a major disenfranchisement from the metropolitan cities and the rural communities when it comes to just the practical applications of what AI can do and what this technology paradigm is happening for people around the world. How we solve that problem, we are literally working with organizations like the Vets Group. We have Mr. Joe Wynn. Joe, raise your hand. He's a 14-year workforce development professional who leans heavily into AI training for women. We had a grant with DOL, Department of Labor. We trained about 120 women in cyber, AI, project management, and AWS. So we're actually on the ground and finding ways to advent the education. And, we sit on a board for 7 universities across College Park, Maryland, Prince George Community College, and et cetera. So we're actually at the executive level from education pushing down programming that impact e-gaming with kids, young people understanding their entrepreneurship journey in AI, and also innovation working with leaders like Governor Westmore. And so that's why I think we need a multiplicity of solution building, but also subject matter experts who lean into their craft so that we have different people trying to solve the same problem.
No, what Howard said was spot on. I think you need to create a pipeline and be intentional about it. One of the biggest things is starting with the youth, like having summer programs, toolkits, resources that's consistent throughout the school year and during the summer, so they don't lose sight of it or get bored of it is really important. Because we know how kids are. They get excited about one thing, but if they're not versed in it or not continuously using it, within 2 or 3 years, they pivot. And so creating that pipeline from elementary all the way to high school, getting into college, not only sets them up for success, but also gives them the idea of this is my world. I'm a part of the technology. I know how to use it. And I'm also amongst my peers. I had the fortunate opportunity to work with students from at a summer program in this pretty wealthy area where we taught them robotics. The kids were really engaged, really involved, and I could already see the innovation, in their eyes when I was teaching them. When I was in college, it was kind of the opposite side where I taught underprivileged kids in Baltimore Community College or Baltimore County at an elementary school. These were first graders, and so it was a very small set of students who were chosen. And I recognized if we don't continue to pour into them, their resources are not as diverse as other communities, and by middle school they might be lost. And so, having these pipeline programs to support them and to continuously, promote them is really important. So that intentionality is very key.
Well, I really like that. I like what Jabari brought up earlier and how we all touched on it to a certain extent. And that's one word, and that is bias, and how bias shows up in the system. And one of the reasons why I feel like bias shows up is because it's in its infancy stages, and AI has a way of trying to make everyone feel warm so everyone can begin to participate in it. But how do you think analytically, with data, results, and things of that nature, how do you think bias actually enters the system? Well, we know how it enters, but what role can minority communities play in helping to identify and correct those biases through creating fairer technology with what we do?
Yeah, so great question. Something that I personally do is I work with a lot of minority-led organizations and figuring out what they're going to do for social impact. One of the companies that I've worked with is dealing with social economic growth with a state, and that's a lot of them prioritizing data that's related to dealing with bias. So making sure that we figure out what's happening with companies that are owned by certain minority-led business owners. And figuring out how we can create these tools before they're already out there, being one of the first people in the market in order to develop these things with AI. So that way it's not something that we're playing catch up with, or we're trying to propose a solution to an organization that's already profitable. And they're like, why should we funnel X amount of money into this? So kind of creating these things first instead of playing catch up, as well as just figuring out how to bridge that gap from all these people who already have done a whole bunch of research related to what bias is out there. A lot of stuff we're dealing with now with AI isn't necessarily new. A lot of AI is solving problems that we've already been dealing with for forever. So it's figuring out ways to get those people in the room, get those people who have gone and created their PhDs, who are minorities, and giving them the opportunity to use their work.
No, what I agree is, creating systems as he's sharing, and creating really a thought leadership around, how we approach the problem. One solution I want to share that many people don't know about, a black woman by the name of Erin Reddick, she created Chat Black GPT. And so Chat Black GPT is being used by companies like Capital One and other companies who are really leaning more towards how can we have a diversified perspective. Use case that I want to share is a company I was working with called People Shores, and down in Clarksdale, Mississippi. And they had a contract to train Meta devices to not be discriminatory when looking at their eye color. Just the same way as a lot of devices that are hand washing, they weren't trained on people of color. So when you go to wash your hand, you couldn't even wash your hands because you were black. And so we think about that paradigm of what happened 60 years ago and what's happening now. That's the same thread that's happening because it's a lack of involvement in the process. And so we talk about biases. We talk about, well, where are we or where are minorities in the process of creation, developing, not just on the solution side, but on the testing side. And so, we seeing the advent of a potential new level of discrimination through technology, and it's literally in real time. And so they got a contract, the company People Show's got a contract to hire minority workers from Clarksdale, which is a predominantly black community, to test out devices. So they solved two problems. One problem they solved was, hey, employment, workforce development, right? Where can they operate in this landscape of technology? But then two, they solved the problem of diversity and using technology to avert something that was going to be catastrophic, not only to business, but also to culture. And if these companies are not aware of those nuances that minorities bring to the table when it comes to addressing diversity, innovation, then they're not only losing money, which is obviously a capital community we're in, but they're losing the opportunity to really, create brand alliance, brand loyalty, but also just respect for the consumer. And so we need to be on both sides of the spectrum on the testing of devices, on ideating, and creating a thought leadership that governs how technologists will look at product development and program development.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's just increasing competence. I mean, we know that the more competent you are, the more confident you are. And so, and then that eventually gives you more leverage in any space that you're in. To be able to decrease bias, you got to just be in the room. You got to learn more, know what you're working with, and then identify ways to, scale that opportunity or fix some gaps in the system itself. But increasing that knowledge gap in that knowledge system and having that confidence to actually, say your piece or, talk amongst your audience is going to be really important.
Great.
We got to make sure we have our panelists join in and chime in on that. Mark, is there anything you want to add to that? Audio? Chris? We're having some issues with bringing in his audio. Let's do this. Give me his number. We'll call him. We'll put him on speaker. We only have 5 minutes? Okay, we're having some technical difficulties, so let's get to the next question. All righty. Now that we have that, okay, I like this question because we're on a time schedule. How can minority entrepreneurs, I'm going to put two questions in one, build business, create jobs, close wealth gaps by leveraging AI, but also how can between collaborations between tech companies, HBCUs, and community organizations help also bridge that gap?
Yeah, so I'll probably take it from the community organizer perspective because I do a lot of community-based events in the area. I think the best thing is to just reach out to the organizations that are already using AI or that are doing community-based events using AI or like technology, just because a lot of times they're open to doing collaborative events. A lot of times they'll have people like me who are in charge of them, who are willing to, work with other people who have these social impact goals, especially if I've either contributed to them or I've benefited from them in the past. So it's a pretty easy way to just, at least on the community building part of just like reaching out, showing like how you're using AI or what are some of your problems that could be solved with it, and just reaching out to those communities, especially ones that are dealing with AI now, and just building that community from others that are already in the space.
Community is big, and I think one thing we don't realize as companies and organizers, or more so really, let's say organized to the side, but companies and startups, is that in order for your brand to stay relevant, you have to create a larger database of consumers, but also people who are evangelizing your product, but also those people who are finding value in your company versus another company. And what I love about what he's doing is that he gets outside and touches people. One thing that we do a lot is that we work with organizations who may not have a technology posture. We offer to be a strategic partner. So now we can bring in our technology network skill sets, and then we integrate it into what they're doing. So for instance, a use case is a nonprofit in Alexandria, CCNA, their outreach community organization. they understand what's happening in technology. So now they're saying, hey, Howard, let's partner and work on some projects. So we did a AR and AI solution set for people with disabilities, specifically hearing and seeing disabilities. So they contracted us to develop a workshop, and everyone in the room had a disability. And we were empowering them to understand that, hey, I know we know you're disabled, but the technology that's out here can create more independence in your lifestyle. And so what they did, they saw a problem, they saw an organization, and they created a solution based around partnership. And I think that's what we can do a lot more of, even our startups. One thing that I criticize a lot of startups is that writing the deck, talking about the problem, talking about a solution is great, but you can start where you are. If you're looking at trying to prove your proof of concept, your end result is probably 5 steps. What this first step can you do now to add value to your community, but also get you some relationships and create some level of validity and you're saying what you're doing and before the big check comes. For me, that is a major community conversation. And I'll speak briefly about HBCUs and colleges. And so me coming from a small college, HBCU college, maybe 1,000 students, I was fortunate that our school had relationships with foundations. I was able to be on the Oprah Winfrey Show where we received $100,000 for Black male teachers. And so we had that notoriety. But a college right down the road, 30 minutes down the road, 500 students, a low student ratio of paying back their loans, they didn't have the funding and the branding. So they got overlooked. And so 20 years later, I went back and I started a college tour that goes to small colleges, 1,000 students and under, and community colleges, because that's where a lot of the gems are hitting. And it's all about exposure. Sometimes you're in this type of school because of your financial situation, but your intellectual abilities, they pale in comparison to what you can get into based on economics and socioeconomics. And so us understanding that the lion's share of talent is going to be in the rural and urban communities. And I think HBCUs and community colleges will be the best way to, one, create a different base of users who are not being over-marketed in these big cities like DC, New York, LA, Miami, Houston. But it's more of the smaller cities than big cities. So that's the blue ocean concept, where you go into the blue ocean where no one is and creates impact, which allows the entire tide to rise.
Yeah, I like what Jabari said about being in community. It's good to know who your community is, but also just reach out to your local network. I think that can always expand when you're on the ground. But the big thing too is just go to universities, go to new hire conferences, and then just hire people. I mean, once you're in that pipeline, once your foot is in the door, literally your expansion to the technology, to other companies, other networks is scaled. I mean, when I was in college, I was just looking for anybody to hire me for an internship, for a job. And once I finally got that position, the floodgates opened. And so because I was in the room, because I had that opportunity, everything else scaled. And so, when it comes to general events, be in community, know the people, but also from the other side, when you have that investment opportunity or when you're the decision maker, definitely just hire competent people who are versed and people who are eager to be in the space.
Wow, I think all of that is amazing. I think all of us have benefited from that, even in my case, with merging tech and AI with creative kids in Los Angeles, with faith-based communities, with our program with kids 6 to 13 years old, and seeing how that has played a role what we do. I can see the impact of it even there, and to hear that others are doing it is amazing as well. I have one last question, and then we're going to open it up for questions for you all. That is, what does a truly and equitable, inclusive AI future look like for you and for the communities that you all serve?
I'll keep it brief and relatively simple. I think that the main thing that I would want to see is just transparency. A lot of times for these AI models, we don't really know what's going on behind them. They're black boxes. Part of it is because it's proprietary, but other parts is just it's way more. You're way more liable if you show what's going on under the hood. But I think that something that's more equitable probably isn't perfect, but it is more transparent, and you're able to understand where the biases or inequities are coming from.
Yeah, briefly, just simplify the conversation and the access points into the industry. if you study the stock market, you know how complex it can be. But if you just want to break it down in layman's terms and simplify it, you have a larger base. I think that's going to be the major issue is us as smart people speaking to this language in a way that the common person can understand and having entry points that are simple to enter and not complex and over inundated with bureaucracy and a lot of loopholes that's not necessary for where we're going with AI, being able to vibe code and vibe solution things. So simplicity, messaging, access, and the opportunity of AI for minority communities.
I think it's also just like increasing the different, or just different personnel, different people at different fields. I have this photo in my phone of like different technology fields, like software development, system engineering, aerospace, or whatever it is, and like the percentage of minorities in those fields. Of course, the majority of them are less than 10%, and so like just increasing just the presence in the room across the board, and not in just one major domain, but being used just being in that environment in different types of fields that some of us might not be aware of, whether it's UI UX or software development or just some more intricate environments.
Questions? Ilya, where's the mic for questions? Do we have one?
Hey guys, Ilya, solutions engineer, AI cloud. Got a question for you guys. We have an amazing opportunity right now with AI to eliminate the biases that have been impacting minorities. The challenge is that the data is being sourced from things like internet and past data and that sort of thing. How are the models being trained, or how would you propose, or how is this being done right now in order to eliminate those biases and to possibly encourage minorities to be impacted positively through retraining these models without these biases?
Yes, so in Detroit, Michigan, there is a project where Erin Reddick of ChatGPT, she is helping to create gig jobs. And so gig jobs are jobs you can go into the same day and make money and walk out. So there's AI testers that a lot of these LLMs and these platforms are using. And the pay rate is like $10, $11 an hour. But they come out in bunches of jobs, right? And so I think, first of all, that's a very simple way that a lot of companies, they put a contract out for $50,000 for X amount of hours of training or so many data points. And those are shift gig opportunities. I think that's a really entry-level opportunity to help to train these models from different perspectives and, cultures. And then I think the other way is to create some type of standardization policy around AI ethics and cyber ethics that we're still trying to develop right in real time around IP and usability and protection and data rights. But as we are developing that board or that cyber consortium, we make sure that that conversation is at the center point because that will create a great watershed moment of increased diversity, increased innovation, and increased awareness of the conversation of AI and its impact to their culture.
We're going to have to cut that last question off, except for the sake of time. I want to make sure all of you all get the panelists' information, so they will be around later on today. Can we clap it up for all of our lovely panelists today? All right. Thank you all so much, and I am turning it back over to our host. Can we clap it up for our host? Yes.
Right? No, our MC is right here. Our MC is here. Maybe you guys can take some pictures out to the side.
Yeah, you guys want to do a picture? Yeah. Alrighty, cool. We'll crawl up the next panel then. Let's see. We got the future of AI. All right. So joining us for this panel, we have Jeremy Kofsky from yesterday. Welcome back. We have Priya Sarathi, Dr. Oki Inya, Jason Reblos, And our moderator today would be Shashish Belamkonda. Sorry for that last one. Come on, welcome up, welcome up. And who's going to be our moderator today? Is that you or someone? Let's see. Give that hand over to you. So I'll be over there. I'll have a little timer. Once we start hitting 10 minutes, I'll kind of hold them so you guys know what time. Take it away.
All right. Thanks everyone for being here, and thank you, Brandy, for organizing such a great event. I have learned a lot already today. I want to start. I'll introduce myself. My name is Shashi Belamkonda. Very happy to be moderating the panel with the wonderful panelists. I'm a principal research director with an analyst firm called the Infotech Research Group. Brandy and I met at another conference in Atlanta, and that's why I'm here helping out moderate this panel. But I'd first like to ask Priya to introduce herself if it's possible. She's virtual. Priya, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? Sorry, I couldn't be there. My name is Priya Sarathi, and I am in Atlanta. I am an independent consultant in AI and analytics strategy, but in my past lives, I have worked as a VP for data strategy and execution for Equifax. For the identity and fraud, I worked in IBM and AT&T, all the while leading AI-led initiatives, creating and designing deliverables, successfully, which is not an easy issue when you have large companies and enterprises. I just recently wrote a book on AI, the Leadership Compass, to help decision makers better plan and be guided on a strategy of picking up AI initiatives. I'm really, really into making sure AI works this time around. So glad to be here, Shashi.
Thank you for having me back for the second day. I really appreciate it. So Jeremy, same as yesterday, freshly retired after about 20 years in the Marine Corps. About a year and a half ago, I got out. And thank you very much. And since then, I've been very involved in the theory and academia of AI, and then also working as an advisor for startups on how to strategize and improve their AI implementation plans.
Hi, I'm Jason Rebels. My background, I was born and raised in incident response. So I used to go in and investigate when hackers would hack into companies, figure out what they stole, whether they're still in the environment, and try to kick them out. So I did that for far too long. I was over a decade, so I basically lived in hotels and planes for a long, long time. The last 4 years, I was the CISO of Corvus Insurance, which was a cyber insurance carrier, and eventually was bought by Travelers. So now I've shifted my focus into taking all of that background in cybersecurity and figuring out how do we try to secure AI, because it's a brand new challenge, and the tech deployment is definitely outpacing our ability to secure it. So trying to tackle that.
Good morning. My name is Dr. OK Enya. My background is in medicine, public health, health policy, politics, research, and teaching. I'm based here in DC. I have a new book out. My second book is called the John Henry Health Equity Playbook. It is a 4-year health policy agenda for Black men. And I wrote that book for several reasons. But I do discuss AI in my book, and also have worked as a former House and Senate staffer on Capitol Hill, as well as a former lobbyist. And so I've been able to get involved in the AI health equity space. I have helped to draft regulations to censor patients in the context of frameworks that can ensure that patients are seen and heard. And so I look forward to this conversation.
Thank you. So the panel is about the future of AI, readiness, education, and innovation. I think what is in most people's mind today is about how does everybody get ready for the change that AI is going to bring? So I'll start with you, Priya. Uh, Go ahead. What do you think people should do to get ready for the AI change?
She's on mute. She's on mute. She's on mute. She's on mute.
Okay, got it. Sorry. So I think the first thing people should do is pause, not to hit the rewind button, but just to do the pause button and look around them and what really they want of AI and need to understand that first. It's starting with the use case, it's starting with even the task that you want to apply some smartness to. And then making the decision of what does it mean? What do we need for it? It could be data, maybe we don't need AI. So, those little decisions are where we really need to start about uh, thinking about do we need to be ready for AI? But if we decide that to be the case, then we really need to look backwards into, do we have the capacity? Do we have the data that's needed to build that AI concept, the use case, so that it succeeds in delivering a successful use case? So I think the decision it should be associated with a dollar. And if that can't be done, at least on an enterprise level, you're not ready to do the AI change. So I'm going to stop there and come back if needed.
Sure. So, where I think I can bring some value to this conversation is to center people who historically have not been at the table. Um, when we talk about bias in systems, and as has been shared earlier, part of my goal is to ensure that equity is not an afterthought, but it's part of the design of modeling and systems. And so being able to be intentional about the ways in which we can welcome people with diverse perspectives is going to be critically important to ensure that the infrastructure that is being built out includes everyone's voices. I say all the time that if you're not at the table, you're on the menu, right? If you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And I have lived that as someone who works in policy. And typically for me as a conscious Black male, I'm going to be one of a few in the room who are helping to draft policy, to create systems, to create solutions. And so I think it's just going to be very important as we think about the future, being mindful of, as I like to frame it, how do we disrupt, dismantle, and or transform systems that don't include the brilliance of the people that are the solutions?
Yeah, so to add on what was said before, right now the biggest challenge that I see is that AI is a solution chasing a problem. And this is where I see a lot of companies get mixed up right off the bat because you have the hype of AI, and I truly believe we are in a bubble. I think the bubble will burst, but we are still going to be miles ahead of where we are today. And so I think it's a good thing. But it starts with getting the right people into the room at the leadership level, at every level of the company, making sure that you have the business leaders, that you have HR, that you have tech, that you have legal. There's a lot of areas that AI is going to touch in every business, and it's not going to get solved in a silo. And so you have to have the right people in the room to start creating what that strategy looks like. And then once you have an idea of what are your use cases, start to architect the solution based on what the problems are that you're trying to tackle. And these problems can be wide reaching. There are certain areas where if you're trying to implement AI into hiring practices, the safety aspect is the number one thing to make sure that we are eliminating bias in the models, to make sure that we're not practicing unfair hiring practices because of that. If it's something that is more operational, security might be the number one concern there. So it really starts with understanding the problem that you're trying to solve, figuring out, is AI the right solution for it, and then start to put the right pieces in place there.
Yeah, I couldn't say it better myself. AI is a solution in search of a problem. And to go back to the original point in question is, I think taking an even further step back, and you have to look at critical thinking and what is the end result I'm trying to get out of this application. And it goes back to what the doctor was saying about bias. It's AI and LLMs are designed for scale. They're designed for speed. They don't know any different than to go 1,000 miles an hour down one straight path. That couldn't be 1,000 miles per hour in the wrong direction. It could be 1,000 miles per hour into other cars, but it is going to move at speed, at scale, because that is what it's designed to do. And the models actually get better the more they scale to their data inputs. So taking a step back, looking at what is my actual use case, what do I actually want to do to achieve this? That's how you start to unspool, hey, this is how I want to wield this powerful tool. Like we were talking about yesterday with the responsible AI discussion. Everyone treats this as a nuclear weapon because if you're untrained in it, it can become a nuclear weapon of information, disinformation, or biases that we have in hiring practice or biases in the data outset.
Thank you. I think great perspectives. I'm going to throw a curveball here. There's a lot of discussion on the data that is necessary for AI to do a good job in your enterprise or in your small business. Are we at the end of the learning data that these LLMs have? And human beings are so unpredictable. You never know what they're going to invent next and how will AI learn that. So the question is twofold about where's the data coming from? How do people make sure that they continue to produce data that will help LLMs learn? And how?
Okay, that's a good one. That's almost a knuckleball, actually, question. No, so as of right now, everything that is publicly available on the internet has already been scraped by all the large language model companies. However, that's roughly, and I'm sure my cyber brothers over here can correct me on this, open publicly available data on the internet is roughly 10 to 15%. Where most of your information comes out of the internet, or that they use to train these models, is going to be behind firewalls, behind passwords, behind logins, and then it becomes your personal information. So when you guys are signing into your Gmail and you have new terms of acceptance, part of that is, and I'm saying specifically Gmail, I'm just saying as an example, part of that can be, hey, we're going to use your emails to train this model. Doesn't mean they're going to use your personal identifiable information, but that's where they're having to go to now to improve these models. Because now as you're looking to GPT-6 and Claude, 4.5, their next models they're coming out with, well, we've already basically computed down and data scraped as much as we could from what was available. What is next? Next is multimodal, is, hey, what can I see? What can I hear? Is it learning from not just text now, but it's learning from video cameras, it's learning from TikTok, it's learning from Instagram, learning from those things to appreciate a better version of the LLM. So that's basically where you have to go from now, working with what they have in the data sets and the way the internet is set up and the way that they train their models.
So I have a different view where I don't know that we're going to achieve a lot more out of large language models because for the exact point that I think we've hit the bulk of the data that we're going to be able to get. And that's the key with large language models, is that you need a ridiculous amount of data. And so that's why there's been a lot of research into small language models because especially when we start going towards agentic AI, you're going to get better benefits by focusing down these agents on specific tasks. And then I can start to give specific playbooks. I can give specific data set, private data, right? So think every company has all these troves of private data that is specific to you. If you're building an agent or you want to use an agent that's supposed to help you in your company, that's the best data set. And so I think these large language models are going to be a good foundation for us. But the future is going to be, how do we try to take a smaller subset of that data, train these agents and these small language models, and have them hyper specialized. And then you have this whole network of agents that are hyper specialized that you can work together with. And so the good news there is that you do have more control over the data that you're training that with. So it does give an opportunity there to really get a tighter grasp on what do you want in the worldview that SLM is going to have.
So I'll bring a few additional points to this. One is that 6% of doctors in the U.S. are black. 1.3% of doctors in the U.S. are black males. For me, it's about the pipeline. We know the barriers in terms of racism, et cetera, that are impacting the extent to which we can actually get more people who have the equity lens to be working with the data sets and the models to help to mitigate bias. And so what doesn't get measured can't be improved. And it takes people with the ideas, with the background to be able to be intentional about leveraging the available tools to disaggregate the data from an intersectional perspective to ensure that, again, all people are seen and heard based upon the outputs that we want to see. And so unless and until we are able to, again, disrupt, dismantle, and or transform systems for the benefit of all people, we're going to continue to see the issues and the barriers that we're seeing now, despite, yes, the innovation of AI, but fundamentally, how do we shift the paradigm in terms of the mindset of people to see Black and brown people, for example, as human, as of value, right? And so, I'll give one example. COVID-19, there was a plethora of issues when it came to being able to collect disaggregated data across the country. And that impacted the extent to which states and the federal governments could marshal resources to help people who had the virus. And so it's a multifaceted issue, but if we are thoughtful about the ways in which we can continue to build out the infrastructure, keeping in mind all of the historical challenges that we have to overcome, me as a student of history, that's going to be critically important.
Priya, go ahead.
Yeah, so I agree with all the folks, but I think something we need to, the behavior changes is something we need to keep in mind as what is going to happen with the next set of data. What is going to be is we are all have a basic foundational model and we all want to make it better, but better in what sense? We want to make it better to bring it to the level of what we know as an AGI kind of a model. So I believe what is going to be happening from a data point of view, the generated data, as I think the first, second, and the third, all the speakers said, is going to be very, very critical. So this generated data is what is going to be allowing each of us in our little micro area environment of within an enterprise, within a department, to train it better and better to our needs, our specific needs, to the domain that we are operating in. So it's now the role of these smaller models or rack-tuned models that are going to take and create new data, because every time you run through the model, you are extending your responses, that becomes new data, and training the model to how they should or should not respond. But it's all focused in a very narrow field. So I think we are going to have specialized data trained models, which for us would be a small AGI space, but not really an overall generalized AGI space. So that I think is going to be how we have to learn to manage not just the data. How do we measure it? What is relevant? What is the quality? all those issues are going to take a totally different dimension going forward.
The chat GPT moment that a lot of panels have been talking about, I think misses a very important point, which is AI can be very powerful for analytical, predictive, and then generative. So my question to the panel is, talk about some innovations of AI that is going to be very positive and change human beings. Why don't you go ahead?
So I've had the opportunity to work with the National Institutes of Health as a health disparities scholar using the All of Us program data. And I was a second cohort of that program. And what I found was that the next stage, as I've seen it, and as I've begun to work in this space, is what's called polygenic risk scores, which are, they use genetics, and I'm gonna just try to make it simple. They use genetics to really dig into the ways in which genes and the environment can be better evaluated and assessed to facilitate precision medicine. And so using different modeling techniques, and I don't want to get too technical, but there are different types of algorithms that are now being used and actually have been used for some years, but in the context of precision medicine, they're now incorporating the algorithms into creating tools and instruments to better evaluate patients for heart disease, for example. And so because we are now in a space where we are using algorithms to create better instruments to assess patients, then that is accelerating and ideally improving health outcomes for patients. And so I'm really excited about that because from what I've seen, it's just been fantastic. At the same time, there is a caution, right? Again, because the people who are doing the actual research, what do they look like? What is their background? Because we all bring our own unique bias to the work, but the question then becomes, how are we controlling for those factors to ensure that the outcomes that we want to achieve actually happen?
So I'm going to use something that I saw this morning because it's fascinating to me. Did anyone see the news about this new robot, Neo, I think it was called? So you saw. So basically, it's this robot. It's stupid expensive. No one can afford it right now. But it gives a glimpse into, I think, what the future is looking like. And it's a personal assistant robot. And so this is something that's interesting to me because I think we're in this first rendition right now where access to knowledge with the internet, it became available. Now we have access to better learning, better assistance with ChatGPT. And so there's hopefully a more leveling playing field here now where everyone should, and if we don't, we need to fix this, is have access to the information, the ability to learn. And so it starts to give an opportunity there. Now, when we start to go into more of the physical manifestation of these AI agents and ILMs into assistance, physical assistance with humanoid robots, like that's exciting to me because now we can start unlocking new capabilities. We can free people's time up for tasks that no one wants to do, like folding laundry, but also helping people who are physically disabled as well. And so it's really interesting for me to kind of see this merging of AI and robots because now we're building a position here where we can have robots training themselves and getting up to speed on a lot of different tasks. And I think it's going to, I'll put aside the Terminator situation here where, the robots revolt, but it does allow us to really bring a lot more accessibility to households.
Priya, we'll go to you next.
Okay, so yes, I was smiling and imagining the Jetson family But I also thinking, what do we do? I mean, if we don't do the job, and yes, absolutely, the productivity and time available is going to be important. So all these, and what the doctor said was referring to the last mile AI. And that's the term I would use, is innovations are going to come in not just building new models or making them super efficient. Of course, if they can consume less energy, that would be terrific. But it is closing the gap between the decisions that are going to be made uh, in the market, the UI, the UX. How does that make it easier for the customers to interact with a website, with the product, with a service? It's going to change that playbook, but it's going to be at the corners. An admin working with their work, how do they do better, but are they better in delivering what they are geared to deliver, scheduling? So that's going to be made easy, and all they have to do is maybe talk or figure out how to analyze the data that's coming in and make sure the scheduling is being done properly, whether it's for surgery, nursing, or equipment, trucks, delivery, all that kind of things. So it's more from the last mile AI where all the new innovations are going to come. And I think where enterprises today are looking to make changes, not totally in the inside piece, but on the outside edges of their touch points with their partners.
All right, got to wrap it up. So really interesting comments in there, and there's a couple different ways to take this this point. So with the first one, with everyone vaunts the next big step in AI, which is obviously the titular AGI, artificial general intelligence, and what that can mean for people. And we were just talking about it. Is what does that mean for the workforce? Does that mean now we become a 20-hour-a-week workforce because all of our tasks have been so automated that all I need to do is 20 hours of critical thinking for my office job or executive job, and that's it, and I still get a full 40-hour quote-unquote salary? So I think there's a lot of interesting use cases and theory crafting that's currently going on with AGI right now. What I'm really excited by and where I see everything going, and you were kind of mentioning it earlier, is the artificial narrow intelligence. How do I use the information, the data that I have that I want to protect and keep to myself? How do I use that to best meet my ends? And I think as technology increases, we've all seen it used to be Facebook was the domain of the very high tech college student. And now everyone and literally their mother uses it because it's so user friendly. I see AI going very much the same way, and agentic AI following suit very quickly from that, where there's a semi-high barrier of entry right now to start crafting an agentic workflow system. Eventually, it will be a single-shot prompt or one prompt that you put into a machine learning algorithm, and it will spit out, hey, here's your entire workflow based on what you said in plain English. This is what this will do. You want me to start connecting to your Outlook or to your Gmail? Yes, absolutely do that. And now you have a way to have all your emails answered before you even have to look at them. So as people get more and more into AI and there becomes more of a buy-in from across communities, across cultures to achieve this, I think that barrier to entry gets lowered, which goes to a lot of the systemic bias that you see that's unintended generally, but it's due to the training data being used and the way that data has been manipulated in the past. And I think as we get more into that, that will hopefully have self-correcting models that will be able to take, hey, we're being underrepresented, hey, we're not getting represented enough in this. The model will be able to fix that itself on the fly, basically. So that's kind of the big three that I see going on in the AI world in the next 10 to 15.
That was really fantastic. We probably have time for one question if anyone has a question from the audience. Go ahead.
Hey guys, I was really taken aback to the fact that you said AI is a technology looking for a problem. I worked in Web3. That is a technology genuinely looking for a problem. I don't feel that AI is looking for a problem because it can impact a lot of industries immediately. And so, the problem is being fixed. It's very clear. So I would love to hear more why you feel that AI is a technology looking for a problem. Because like I said, I worked in Web3 and we still can't figure out what to do with crypto.
Since you started it.
So that's not to say that there's not applications, right? I think the challenge is that what I've seen companies start to do is that they take a very basic problem and try to apply a very general AI approach to it. And so that's where, will it work? Yeah. Is it the best solution for the problem? Probably not. And that's just because of the non-deterministic nature. And so I've seen engineering teams spend a lot of time going through and doing evaluations with agents in particular to try to get them to work when, and actually a good example of this is MCP servers, right? If I have an API call that I can just do a structured query to get the result I want, that is the path of least resistance. The MCP server would also work, but it's also going to be prone to more issues. And so that's where I see it is. It is definitely a solution that you can use, but is it the best solution? That's where I would spend more energy trying to figure that out.
A big hand for our panel.
While, so we're going to take a mental health break. Everybody stand up. Let's take some deep breaths. You know I'm a teacher. You know I was a professor. So we're going to take some deep breaths. So breathe. We're going to breathe in, hold it, and let it out. Ready? Deep breath. And let it out. Deep breath. And let it out. And another deep breath. All right. Little stretch. We've been sitting for a while. Your body needs to move. We're going to have Mark Evans start walking to the front. While he's walking, we're going to be stretching. What I usually do with students, I would tell them what to do. Touch your head, touch your back, touch your chest. Whoop. Don't drop your phone. Touch your hands. Now you may be seated. So Martin's coming. He's going to share some information, tell you all about himself. And I'll be timing him, and then we're going to have Mark, Howard, Gene, after Mark, and Lawrence Gill. All right?
Hello, everyone. My name is Mark Evans, and my speech today, or my talk today, is on your first AI employee. I've been in the industry for over 20 years. I was at the Microsoft campus for many years. After seeing some subscription-based services, I started and founded a company by the name of ShareTech Solutions back in 2007. Our focus is 100% on AI automation. So we have a full team of developers. We're a part of the Microsoft IMACP program, where we are a authorized Microsoft partner. So we do a lot of work in Copilot. And what I've done is I've got a worksheet here for anyone who's interested in it. And the worksheet will give you a lot of information on what you can automate. And if you're not automating or if you haven't employed your first AI employee, it's time to consider it, because you can do it for the cost of a cup of coffee. Has anybody employed their first AI employee? All right, hopefully at the end of this, you'll see why I say that. This is my website. This is considered a smart website. When I say a smart website, if your website's not working for you, it's useless. If you notice in the bottom corner of my website, I have a chat bot. My chat agent's name is Zoe. In the middle of the screen, you see I have a speaker here in the middle of the screen. Top corner, I have a scheduling appointment scheduler here. My website's working for me 24/7. The speaker in the middle of the screen, I'm going to see if it'll work for us, but this is a two-way communication. You can have a conversation with my website, and it's not just a conversation. It can understand sentiment. She has my calendar. She knows the mission and the vision of the company, and she can probably explain every product in our product stack better than I can. Let's see if it'll work. I'm not 100% sure it'll work here, but at the end, On the sheet, it has my phone number. If you call it, you're going to be talking to Zoe. And Zoe, I encourage you to call her because literally this is for the cost of a cup of coffee. She doesn't take breaks. She doesn't look at social media, and she works on the weekends. So I strongly encourage you guys, and anybody that's interested in having any of this technology, I will do it for anybody that mentions this show. It's usually a $3,500 development cost to build out your front end. We will waive the development cost and give you 30 days of customized employee just for being at this show. But let's see if it'll work for us, and then we'll go from there. And I want to take questions. I only have about 20 minutes, but my job today is to stimulate some interest and then have a conversation. I do a mastermind once a month where it's no cost for it, and I teach people how to do automation and build their chatbots out. If you click on that green microphone, let's see if we can get a conversation started with Zoe. And again, this is where technology is going.
It's Zoe, Mark's assistant here at ShareTech Solutions. How can I make your day easier?
Hey, we wanted to know a little bit more about smart websites. Can you tell us what's the benefit?
Is there something specific I can assist you with today? Let me know how I can help.
Can you tell us about smart websites? That's fine. You can turn it down. That's fine. So basically, I encourage you to go and do this when you get some spare time on your way home or whatever. She has our complete vision statement, our mission statement. She knows every product in our portfolio. She won't deviate from that. She can have a deep discussion with you. She can even schedule an appointment. So if you say you want to have a discovery call with me, she has access to my calendar. Now, this is where it gets good. In this automation process, if I go to a networking event and I get 50 cards, I have in my portfolio, I have tags that I tag everything. I tag each person that I met at that event, and now it will do a follow-up conversation throughout the year. So the first email that goes out will say, it was great meeting you yesterday at the event. I would love to have coffee with you to learn more about your business. And then I have the automation to say, if you don't answer that message, the next message I send you will be a text message. That text message to say, hey, I sent you a message. I don't know if you got it or not. I know mail is very cumbersome and there's a lot there. I just wanted to touch base with you, say it was great meeting you. Can we schedule an appointment? When you say yes to that, my calendar hits back. And I'm not doing any of this. This is all hands off. This is all automation that I build for my customers. The same applies with my social media. So we do social media for our customers. We put out 3 posts a day, 4 to 5 times a week. We do a video for them. And then when you see the screens that say DM me for a demo, when you DM Zoe, my Zoe, we'd have to name your agent something else. It's always mine. So your agent will reply to that. So while you're sleeping, you've got an agent. And keep in mind, for the cost of a cup of coffee. I tell everybody, I say, please, before you hire another employee, ask yourself what processes can be done by an agent. And now we're having conversations with our employees saying, now that I've taken 80% of the work off of your schedule, let's have a discussion now about strategically how you're going to give us, what are you going to do different in your business model to be able to increase that or keep that same amount of time in your business model. So things are changing. I'll give you a great example. I know we got a short period of time, and as you fill this out, we can have a discussion. I'll be glad to do a one-on-one. I've got a cosmetic company, cosmetic surgeon. They do Botox. They were getting the majority of their leads through Facebook ads. In the morning, the 2 front desk assistants would answer those leads to schedule appointments. They were getting about 30% of the appointments. The owners were frustrated. They said, Mark, how can you help us? I put an automation like Zoe in place. We had the rooms tied to the calendar. We had the specialist tied to the calendar. We were booking the appointments immediately. Now, what that means is not only did we increase their appointment scheduling time and reduce that 30% margin, but now their competitors, we were taking some of their competitors' business as well, because their competitors having the exact same experience. Usually when you call to get a treatment, if they don't answer, you're going to call the next one in the pile, next one in your Rolodex. But if I stop right there, now my customers seeing increased margins. We double their margins. Their competitors are seeing reduced business. So they're going to end up going out of business if they don't realize how to pivot. And that's the kind of thing that I'm saying. We are in a place right now where time is, we've got an advantage against big businesses. And I think yesterday I was moderating a panel and I discussed how they're saying in the next 5 years it'll be the first $1 billion one-man operation. And I can see it as clear as I can see because I know what I can automate. I automate all my email. I don't have to go in and do emails. My emails are addressed by my automation. And then at the end of the day, it asks me, I do still have a man in the middle because I want to make sure that it's sending out messages that I want. But I go back and I can say, send that email, and then it gives me a list of what we sent, what's a deliverable. It even unsubscribes me from junk mail. And I don't know about you guys, but email has been a big headache for me. If it's something that keeps me up at night, and I think it's one of the questions on the questionnaire, it's one of the things that keeps me up at night. So we've got this program that we just set up, and I think we're going to put it in our mastermind class. And the mastermind class is just mastermind.sharetechsolutions.com. There's no cost. Fourth Friday of every month for an hour and a half. We're going over different technologies. We have a community, a school community, where you go in and you can take the courses afterwards. So we do all of the major large language models. So we do ChatGPT, all the features and functionalities. We do Copilot. We do any of the products that are out. We do the features of how those products work, and there's no cost for it. And it's just a community. Yes. Mastermind.sharetechsolutions.com. And it will go through an automation process like that as well and give you access to the community as well, the collaboration community. It looks like I've been flagged for 4 minutes. I'm sorry I didn't have more time, but I'm going to open it up for questions before they pull me. Is there any questions about AI automation? Yes?
Who's your main clientele?
Great. His question was, who's my main clientele? I focus very heavily on the nonprofit space, and then I do a lot of multi-owner franchises. So franchise owners like the cosmetic place, the reason why I do that is because an owner usually takes me in, I solve a problem, then the owner takes me to the franchisee, they certify me, and then I can scan. So I land and expand from there. Great question, though. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
So you mentioned how you have, like, at the end of the day, you go and review the emails that are going to be sent or have been sent. What level of trust do you build with your new employee, and how does that kind of like build?
That's a great question. So the question was that the automation that I put in to be able to take over any mundane task, and that's any mundane task. Any task that you do multiple times can be automated. And initially, I put a lot of guardrails in because I don't want it to do anything that I don't see and make sure that I've got it correct. So initially, I don't let it send a mail out without me verifying it. But after I've done that for 30 to 45 days, I go ahead and I let it do the work as well, because at that point, it's got what I've done. It's got a model of my writing style. So it's writing to my writing style. And I just want to verify that it's not going to send anything out that's not what I want to send out. And I think that was 3 more minutes. Okay. One more question, or I can go into the other features that are there. So the workflow automation, incredible. I would strongly recommend everybody to at least consider workflow automation, chatbots, and then social media. Right now with just ChatGPT, if you're doing nothing else, make sure that you write a persona for your ChatGPT to build your social media platform out for the month. And then once you post that, and then now ChatGPT does images as well. You can put your images in there, have everything, schedule it to post 3-4 times a day. You do that 1 day a week, and you're pretty much set. So I mean, again, there's a lot of things that you can do to have that presence, to get that visibility. I would not buy paid ads. I would build a profile out for my social media, find out what's trending, and then I will fuel that with money instead of just putting spend out there. And I would make sure that any of my spend was done in a intent-based focus. So I can actually have it honed in so that if I was doing AI schools, I can have it to only send my advertisement or that social media that I built to anybody that's looking for educational or information at that point. So it's a better way to use your dollars and your advertisement spend. With that being said, again, the worksheets for you, those are things that are pain points that I've identified. You can scan the QR code and you can have the experience with Zoe on the website or by phone, and she can schedule an appointment for a personal discovery call. And if you were interested in experiencing this, my development team will set everything up for you so it would actually fit your business model so you can actually see the product in its finest. Thank you for your time.
We want to thank him for coming up. Now we're going to be transitioning to Patricia. But as she is walking up, I have a question for you. You know, I was wondering, do you ever have wanderings? What does AI mean? What does it mean? Why was it named AI? Anybody know? Take a stab at it. If not, I can go to Chat GTP, and it says it literally means man-made intelligence. Isn't that interesting? Man-made intelligence. Keep that in the back of your mind, because sometimes we say these things and we don't have a real understanding of it. But it's man-made intelligence. So Patricia, you are on.
All right, thank you. Do you have the slides that I provided? I don't remember the file name, sorry. I have it on a USB drive. Will that help? Okay, hold on. Fractional Chief AI Officer with Fortium Partners. For over 25 years, I've led the product management software engineering group at multiple software companies. I've lived through a lot of different transformations, mobile apps, cloud migrations, agile. But I can tell you that AI is fundamentally different. So the explosive rate of the technology that's coming at us, the transformative nature that impacts how people work, the fact that the outcomes are non-deterministic and drift over time, all make AI fundamentally different. So today, what I want to discuss is what most AI and why most AI initiatives are actually failing, and more importantly, what separates the people who are being successful. And spoiler alert, it's not the technology's fault. How are we doing with the slides? I can probably continue to talk without the slides, even if you can't get them up. So I'm gonna continue on. So MIT published a report back in July of 2025. It caused quite an uproar in the AI community because of the attention-grabbing headlines. It basically said that 95% of companies were not seeing any sort of measurable ROI from their AI investments. American companies had invested $30 to $40 billion in AI, and 80% of organizations had actively piloted tools like ChatGPT and Copilot. But again, but 95% were seeing zero return on this investment. So think about that. Only 5% of the enterprise AI pilots ever made it to proof of concept. The rest, they stalled when the users failed to adopt it, and they became cautionary tales. MIT calls this the Gen AI divide. But there is 5% of the companies that are succeeding. And these organizations aren't just running pilots. They're achieving $2 to $10 million in measurable annual value. They're delivering P&L impacts in 180 days. So the question is, what separates the 95% from the 5%? So let's talk about the root of the problem. The problem is that most companies treat AI as a technology project. They run pilots isolated in silos, led by IT, and they focus on demos with like a wow factor. And they measure success as we deployed AI because the CEO asked us to do that, right? But then they struggle to get users to adopt it and to trust it, because they didn't take a step back and actually reimagine new ways of working enabled by the transformative nature of AI. They bolted AI onto an existing business process, and instead of integrating it into how people actually work. And by that, I don't mean doing a workflow based on some standard operating procedure, but actually understanding all the nuances that go into how people get a job done. Because in order to train an agent to act and perform properly, you need to understand that. But the 5%, they treat AI differently. It's not an IT project. It's a business transformation. Business leaders drive the AI strategy. They build learning systems that improve over time. They design these systems to understand the nuanced way that people work and the implicit knowledge that is required to get jobs done. Here's the kicker. Research from Boston Consulting Group shows that 70% of the AI implementation challenges are people and process related, not technology. The barrier to success is organizational, not technical. All right, so we should be on slide 4 now. That's good. Okay, so let's diagnose this. MIT identified 7 root causes of the Gen AI divide. I'm not going to go through all 7. We have a short period of time, but I want to walk you through the top 3. Because if you attack the top 3, you're ahead of 80% of the companies out there. So number 1 is what they call the learning gap. Today, most enterprise AI tools don't learn. Think about that. A lawyer uses your AI contract review tool, gives it feedback, and then walks away. She comes back a week later, and does the same task, and the AI tool hasn't retained context and makes the same mistake. Why would she use this tool? Why not just use a paralegal who does retain that context? The 5%, they build systems that retain feedback, improve over time, and adapt to your organization. In order to do that, that really requires building an agentic solution, not just like some chat GPT. Number 2 is workflow integration failure. This is where 90% of pilots die. You deploy an AI tool based on some standard SOP, but you don't do the homework to truly understand all the implicit knowledge and the nuanced way of working that is required to get tasks done successfully. I mean, think about how much time, at work, as you're doing work, how much there's things that you might do that are nuanced that aren't actually, documented in an SOP. So agents turned out not to be very good because they don't understand these nuanced ways of working and all this implicit knowledge that's needed. So real transformation means gaining deep understanding of how people work and rethinking the workflow. This isn't robotic process automation. That is a thing, and that's good for very rigid, repeatable workflows. But if you really want to take advantage of AI, you need to reimagine how to get work done using AI and doing all the knowledge work required to make that happen. Number 3 is individual versus enterprise value. So everybody in your company is using ChatGPT to rewrite emails. Yay, everybody loves it. Productivity goes up. But it's not really transforming your business, is it? There's a huge difference between individual productivity and enterprise transformation. The 5% understand this. They focus on the high-value use cases that touch multiple people and systems where AI can fundamentally reshape how businesses operate. Next slide, please. Okay. So if that's the problem, what's the solution? Perhaps an AI Center of Excellence. Now, let me be clear. An AI Center of Excellence is not an innovation lab or skunkworks project or IT building cool demos. An AI Center of Excellence is an integrated strategy function that bridges AI capabilities with measurable business outcome. It operates across 6 critical dimensions. Strategy. Why are we doing AI? What business problems are we solving? What use cases will we prioritize? And what sponsorship exists at the executive level? Number 2 is technology readiness. Do we have an AI ML platform? Production pipelines, cloud infrastructure? Can we actually deploy and scale these solutions? Data readiness. Is your data governed, secure, accessible? Because bad data means bad AI, period. Governance and risk. How do we manage ethical risks, regulatory compliance, bias testing, cybersecurity? These shouldn't be afterthoughts. Organizational readiness. Is our culture ready for this? Do we have the right skills? What's our change management plan? Planning and process. What's the roadmap? How do we measure success? And how do we improve continuously? Now, here's what separates a best-in-class AI COE from everybody else. They operate across all 6 of these dimensions at once. They don't say, let's get the tech right first, and then we'll focus on governance. They attack all 6 simultaneously because these dimensions are all interconnected. Next slide, please. Okay, so one question I get asked is, if we have a centralized center of excellence, I want to be agile. Won't that slow us down? And the answer is no. Successful COEs use what I call centralized excellence, but federated execution. Here's what you centralize and why. Governance and risk management. You need consistent policies, compliance frameworks, ethical guidelines across all AI initiatives. You can't have marketing doing one thing and HR doing something else. Technology platform. Unified MLOps infrastructures, common tools, architectural blueprints, and data engineering techniques. Why? Interoperability. You want your AI tools to be able to talk to each other. Talent development. Common training programs centralized so that everybody's speaking the same language. augmented, though, by change management techniques that are tailored to the business unit. Best practice sharing. When sales discovers something that works, there should be an easy way for marketing to hear about it. Tool evaluations. You don't want 5 different departments independently evaluating AI vendors. That's chaos. But here's what you federate. Use case identification. Line managers know where AI can help in their domain better than you do. Let them identify the high-value opportunities. Implementation. Business units understand their workflows and nuances. Let them implement and deploy solutions tailored to their needs using architectural blueprints that include learning feedback loops. But this is where you get the deep understanding of the nuanced way of working and the implicit knowledge that's required to get the job done. Change management. Adoption strategies need to be customized to each unit's culture and stakeholders. And then finally, day-to-day operations. Local teams manage, support, and continuously improve their AI solutions deployed in their units. So this allows you to continue to be agile and iterate on these things, but also have a centralized, the centralized foundation that you need to be successful. Next slide, please. Okay. All right, so we talked about the framework. Now let's talk about behavior, because structure alone doesn't guarantee success. MIT found 5 defining characteristics for organizations that successfully cross the Gen AI divide. Number 1 was executive sponsorship with domain fluency. You need a senior leader who deeply understands AI capabilities and your business domain. This is somebody who can translate between the technical team and the business unit, someone who's accountable for the P&L outcomes, not just deployments. Number 2, obsession with business outcomes, not model performance. Success is measured by direct P&L impact, cost reduction, customer retention, sales velocity, not how many pilots did we run. The 5% asks, why does this positively impact your business? That's the only question that really matters. And they expect ROI visibility in 180 days, not 3 years, not eventually, 6 months. Number 3 is building learning systems, not static tools. So this directly connects back to the learning gap that I talked about. Successful AI systems continuously improve from user feedback. They maintain context and memory, they adapt to your organizational patterns, and over time, they become better than a generic ChatGPT at your specific way of working. This is why agentic solutions are so important. So number 4, start narrow and then scale through integration. Don't boil the ocean. Find 1 or 2 high-value workflows and master it. Measure its impact and then expand adjacently. Deep integration in a particular area delivers way more value than dabbling for many areas. Number 5, external partnerships over internal builds. Organizations using specialized external partners achieve higher success rates than those trying to build everything internally. Why? Partners are going to bring proven expertise, architectural blueprints, and battle-tested methodologies. Your team should focus on your core business, not trying to build an AI infrastructure from scratch. So organizations that exhibit all 5 of these characteristics have 8 times more likely to achieve production deployments. Next slide, please. Slides go to sleep. All right, so remember I talked to you about needing an executive sponsor who deeply understands AI capabilities? Yep, so this is where the Chief AI Officer comes in. You may have heard about this role. It's becoming an emergent role. In a couple years from now, this is where this hat may be worn by the CIO or CTO. But right now, it's a full-time job keeping up with the rapid pace of AI evolution. And there's a big change management hurdle that you have to get employees over to be comfortable with AI use cases. So having somebody dedicated to this role at this point in time in the technology adoption curve is wise. Now here's a practical challenge. Most mid-market companies, $100 million to $1 billion in revenue, can't justify a full-time chief AI officer. That there's the traditional approach is very expensive. You've got you're paying 250 to 500K per year for a senior AI leader. You're looking at 6 to 18 months recruiting timeline. You're also limited to one person's expertise and experience. This is where a virtual chief AI officer or fractional CAO makes sense. You can right size the investment to your needs. You can hire somebody in days or weeks versus months. You get access to a network of AI specialists who share knowledge on the latest developments in AI frameworks. And you get seasoned technology leaders that understand what it means to lead a company through a major transformation. So this isn't consulting, though. This is having somebody embedded as a leader with an implementation focus. All right, it looks like I am out of time, so I am going to wrap it up there and see if there's any last minute questions. Okay, if you do have questions, we are now ready for lunch. And you can join Patricia upstairs and ask questions. So as we continue our day, I'm going to tell you what's kind of coming up. We have AI and cybersecurity. And then our last panel is going to be very interesting. We have Rosa Parks' niece here, Susan McCauley. And we are going to have a conversation around AI and social justice, AI and civil rights, and AI in faith-based, the impact. So we're looking forward to that this afternoon. So lunch is going to be upstairs. Enjoy your lunch.
have our panelists introduce themselves and give us okay, what are you going to put on your resume in terms of your AI stack?
Hello, my name is Jabari. I'm an AI and data engineer, and I do a lot of AI and data events in DC. Something that I would put on my resume is probably like Claude, Claude Code, or Cursor, just because those are the tools that I use the most.
Hello guys, my name is Daniel Adu. I am a model-based system engineer, make architectures and system designs. One thing that I've put on my resume in regards to AI is I've developed AI tech stacks, essentially softwares, processes, and tools that I use in the back end.
Thank you. My name is Aaliyah Gibbs. I'm an AI adoption specialist as well as a senior AI research engineer. And what I currently have on my resume is that I've done an AI ML apprenticeship as well as all of my grad school AI projects. So that's something that you can leverage as well. And then I also have metrics on there because you want to be able to quantify your results as well. So I have metrics about how many people I've trained through artificial intelligence.
Hi, I'm Larry Gill, and I was recently added to this panel. But on my resume, I put that I'm a cybersecurity doctoral student, and I do cybersecurity policy with the federal government, in addition to workforce development training. So I put that I am an AI innovator and a specialist in AI and cybersecurity.
Thank you very much. I'm looking to see if we have a virtual panelist joining up. All right, so we're going to talk about what does it take to build an AI-ready workforce? And what, as leaders in AI, what do we need to prepare for? So that's a pretty open-ended question, but specifically, what do you look for as a leader in somebody who is interested or wants to pursue this career or just wants to be really marketable in this job economy today?
So, great question. I think that's something that everyone should do, or like what we're looking for is the same things as we've always been looking for. Someone who's able to adapt, someone who's able to try to understand the tools that they're using, and just someone who wants to learn. These are things that I think have been things that everyone wants to have on their team since the dawn of day, and that hasn't really changed with AI. If anything, there's more of an emphasis on being adaptable and learning what your strengths are compared to this computer that can do way more than you can in some aspects, but figuring out how to capitalize on your strengths and weaknesses, and that's kind of what adaptability is right now. But I wouldn't say there's anything new for AI readiness that we're looking for in individuals. It's just the same as usual, just with a different font.
Yeah, that was well said. I think the biggest thing is having the curiosity to keep learning. There's so much unknown, but there's also so many resources that are out there. You can watch a YouTube video to learn on the side, or if you're tasked with a project that uses AI, just being confident and being willing to learn because that opportunity exists. And so I think just being in the space itself and then taking advantage of the projects and the learning opportunities is going to be really key.
Thank you. So as an AI adoption specialist, I do get the pleasure of upskilling the workforce directly in my job role. So I would say on average, I train about 1,000 different professionals a month on how to use our generative AI tools. And I would say what we're really looking for, because a lot of people think they have to transition and become an AI engineer, right? We don't need 1 million AI engineers. What we need is you to figure out how you can leverage artificial intelligence in your current industry to produce faster, more efficient results. You don't have to be an AI engineer. I see a lot of cybersecurity engineers thinking they have to transition to AI. And it's like, see how artificial intelligence can enhance your industry. It's already embedded in every industry, so you don't have to convert into the AI space in order to stay relevant. Just see how you can leverage AI to solve the problems in your industry faster, to do your research, right? And then to come up with new solutions that you might not have been able to think about. That's the key to me. And then when it comes to upskilling the engineers, because I do that as well, with turning them into AI ML engineers, the key is you want to learn Python. You need to be able to do deep learning, neural networks, natural language processing, and really understand how these large language models work. At this time, I don't think they're making too much emphasis on creating large language models from scratch. I would say the focus is optimizing the large language models, right? Like how can it have a smaller digital footprint, less impact on the environment? So those are where I think the new focus for AI ML engineers is going to be.
You've all said great things, especially the last part about understanding your industry, knowing the the nuances of the work that you do, because those skills never go away. One thing I'd add is what that we focus on is workforce development training, and being digitally literate and understanding how to process information to determine what's valid and invalid, both from a consumption perspective, from just the news in general, but also from the output that comes from any generative or any AI model that's been created. You have to understand what you're looking at in order to determine if it's valid. The hallucinations from generative AI haven't gone away. But also, as an expert in the area that you've studied in or had as your career, understanding the output is absolutely necessary to say you don't trust with 100% certainty the information that's put in front of you. You have to be skeptical. You have to fully understand the nuances of that data, the nuances of that information that's being transmitted, and how it ultimately impacts the work that you do.
So I'm gonna let's switch and pivot for a second here. Let's talk about how do we keep the workforce diverse as we were preparing for this AI. So we've talked about during this conference garbage in, garbage out, the biases because the data can be or has been not diverse. So let's talk about how we make that data diverse and how we need to keep that workforce diverse too. And I'm going to start with you at the end.
Maintaining diversity starts with those that are in the workforce, as I said earlier, understanding their role and understanding how to adapt their role, as you were saying, to the work to the AI models that they're working with. In the workforce space, we have been focused on getting, especially the youth, to understand that they are not just consumers of a product or a tool. They are creators of the information that goes into those tools. So leveraging their knowledge and their skill set to build more than just content, but to build actual working pieces of information. For example, they can build their own application just off vibe coding and literally produce an idea in their head and have a product that can be used within days, without the skill set required that required years of education. Now they can take that idea and build it from there. But within those communities and then those ecosystems that they're able to build, that diversity comes from creation of ideas that can be leveraged by others and then built upon in their community and then without.
Thank you. So I would say the only way to increase diversity is to hire diverse candidates. I mean, if you don't have the diversity in the room acquiring the data, they're not, like certain people, they're not going to consider other groups if they're not in part of the group. So making sure that you have people who are disabled in these groups, because special needs, right? That's going to be an issue with some of these AI. If we haven't taken people who might have facial abnormalities with facial detection, right? You might have a false print. And so somebody who doesn't have that disability might not consider that in the data set. So making sure that marginalized groups are represented in the room is the first step. And I know there's less than 1% of women in artificial intelligence. So the point that we need to do is, in order to increase diversity, is to help upskill the diverse talent so that way we can do so.
Yeah, I love that actually. It kind of just expanded my mind. So I was thinking like, number one, I mentioned this earlier, youth training, a pipeline system with workshops that can keep them kind of integrated in the space and technology and motivated. But then also like when you're in industry, expanding your training set, the people who could actually influence that training set. And so when we think about diversity, sometimes we don't think about disabled people sometimes and how something that's prevalent as facial recognition, they can be an outcast to that system. And so, from beginning to end, being intentional about doing workshops and training and summer programs for kids and youth, going to the universities to train them, teach them hire them, and then once you're in the industry, just being more versed in different environments where they can grow their mindset from that training data.
Yeah, I also agree with everything everyone said so far. Something that really helps with bringing in diversity is just, again, hiring people, building communities. Some of the communities that I help out with, it's everyone's there. It doesn't matter what any identity you have, it's just as long as you're in the room, that's a good person to have in the room. And I think that's something that we have to keep in mind with AI, where the people who are outside of the room are probably going to be left out, and it's also important to have redundancy. If you just have one person with an identity there, they're not going to be the best advocate for their whole identity. No one is. So having people within multiple people, having redundancy to like help mitigate those types of biases, because almost every single data set, every single data source is biased in some way. What we're doing is trying to mitigate the harms of those biases. And that's something that's really relevant with AI, and one of the best ways to mitigate that is through diversity.
Next question. Our keynote speaker, Jerome Johnson, he mentioned low-hanging fruit. And I think that there are a lot of questions, more questions than answers out there about AI today and learning about AI. So what would your recommendation be on low-hanging fruit? We talked about YouTube, so I'm a big, proponent of YouTube. So what are some great ways for people to learn about AI? And I'll throw mine in first, since I get to go first. One is trial and error. That would be my low-hanging fruit advice, is just try it out. Don't be a one-shot and, oh, this thing sucks and I'm just going to throw it out. So what low-hanging fruit piece of advice would you give for us to upskill, for us to learn about AI?
Yeah, so I'm going to be biased. I'm going to say community. There's community events that I've held that are free for everyone, that are like vibe coding events, or learn how to use MCP, or even just being in a room with other people who are founders or builders. That's just a great way to talk to people who are interested in these things, who've gone down different rabbit holes, and have different perspectives. So it's a really easy way where all you have to do is kind of show up, talk about what you're curious about, and learn. And it helps you become a more well-rounded person, as long as you're wise about what type of communities you're in, and make sure you go to different ones, so it's not just the same perspective given to you all the time, but just going and being seen by other people who are just as curious as you, or maybe not, or maybe more, is just what really helps you like access that low-hanging fruit, or of broadening your perspective and learning about new things in a really easy, quick way.
I'll talk about my experience in this conference alone. I learned like so many different terms and keywords that I need to go back home and study, like Claude, Notebook LM, a bunch of just other things that I need to go to the drawing board for. Because I'm also trying to just learn more about the space itself. And so it's just being curious, understanding how that term or keyword is used in the space, and then how to integrate it with your own day-to-day or tailor it to your own work is really key. And of course, just being able to apply or use theory and then use that for application. So many projects, and then of course, identifying ways to keep learning more. So I'm gonna, use my own personal experience. Just the small things you learn on a day-to-day is a way to enhance that.
Thank you. So I definitely agree with you. I think community is definitely important. Going to spaces like this is important. But I also think training is just as important as well, right? They throw a lot of tools at people, but people don't know how to use the tools. And I think we would have a lot more effective users if someone actually came in and trained the users. And oftentimes people look down on training, but if people don't know how to use a tool, they're not going to use it. And a lot of what artificial intelligence is when it comes to generative AI is change management. You're now having to get people to literally change how they feel about a product and start using it. So it's like, that doesn't work without somebody coming in the room and explaining it to people. And then I also think it's important for you to understand the limitations of the tools. So you should know what the definition of artificial intelligence is. You should understand what the capabilities of a large language model are, because when you understand what you're using, you know the limitations. So you know to spot hallucinations. You know that you shouldn't be copying and pasting your output without reviewing it. But if no one takes the time to explain the basis of what's going on underneath the hood, you're going to become an irresponsible user. So the point of using AI, generative AI specifically, isn't to just copy and paste robotic answers. It's to help you get things done a lot faster. But that takes knowing what's going on underneath the hood in order to do so.
I think you've all touched on the key facets of this low-hanging fruit. It's trial and error. It's training. It's being a part of the community. And those aspects all are a part of being involved or being a part of increased learning. I know for myself, I'm a lifelong learner. I've tackled these generative AI components and machine learning activities and large language and the facets of large language models for the last 5 or 6 years. And you realize that when a new tool is introduced, people gravitate to the easiest possible way to use it. And for that, and with that, focusing on utilizing it for the way that you need to understand, for not just how you want to understand it, but also how to expand it and use it to take what you do on a recurring basis, but do it more quickly. Like you were just saying, the fact that these tools allow you to produce an output that would take hours and seconds doesn't mean you shirk off the review time. It doesn't mean you don't actually verify the information is correct. But I'll add one more, and that is, like I say in our training programs, in our youth training programs, it's exposing them to exposing the youth to the tools as creators and not just consumers. Much like social media, we have created a generation of consumers and content creators, but not tool creators. So now it's shifting that mindset, it's shifting that mold from content to actual product and production, and the use of trial and error with the tools that are available with free trials and community-based activities and training activities that's available for free in most cases are the way to get those processes and methods integrated into a variety of communities.
Great answers, great answers. So one of the things we've talked about through the conference is using AI as a tool to augment or to speed up something you already know, your domain expertise. And one of the big mistakes I see people try to use AI for is things that are not in their domain expertise, and then they get the wrong answer, and then they blame the AI tool. So what would you say to that? What if it's something where I don't have that domain expertise? How should I ready myself in that workforce? Let's say I work in marketing and my boss has come to me and said and given me an HR assignment, and I don't know the first thing. So I'm going to go to ChatGPT and say, hey, I'm now in charge of HR, and then just copy and paste. So I don't think that's what I should be doing. So tell me what I should do instead.
A phrase I like to live by is trust but verify. Like I would probably use ChatGPT too, and be like, hey, I have no idea what this is. Give me the rundown. But then use the resources that we already have, like finding a book, finding research papers, finding other articles or reputable sources that have done that, but having I think this being your guiding light of being like, hey, this is what this might look like, or this is the general framework of it, but let me go and find out other sources that will back this up. So that way it's not just me blindly trusting a generative product that's like, hey, it could be telling you something correct, could be wrong, could be hallucinating. It's always good to verify these claims. It's fine to trust it because I think we're at a point where it's almost inevitable. Sometimes you'll be given AI content without knowing that it's AI content, so you kind of have to trust a lot of these things, but verifying it is your best way of mitigating that type of harm.
So in system engineering, especially my work, we're always trying to find ways to integrate AI into our work. And there are two different pillars. System engineering for AI, and then AI for system engineering. So AI for SE, SE for AI. And what that means is, so SE for AI is using system engineering foundational practices to enhance AI technologies. One of those things is what I did for one of my projects was that AI tech stack of allowing leadership to understand the tools and the processes that we use for the project that we were on. And they have AI for SE, where it's using AI tools to support system engineering models or frameworks. Um, if you're not really versed in the AI technologies or their processes, you gotta just talk to SMEs. Talk to the experts who are doing the work, set up Thames calls, and just be a student again. And so that's one thing that helped me a lot, where it's like, I don't have this knowledge. I'm gonna come to you for the knowledge, and then I can, gather that information and then translate that to something that's readable and understandable for the wider audience. But,
Thank you. So I have two different techniques that you can use when doing deep research on ChatGPT. So one thing you can do is ask for citations, right? You can have it cite its work. So if you're doing research on a topic you're not familiar with, then what you need to do is click on those links and verify the exact data that it pulled it from. Have it cite its sources. You can also ask it to produce competency scores in its responses as well. So it'll generate the level of confidence that it has in the response that it's given it. And then another technique that you can use is called grounding. So that's where you give the model the context that you need in order to generate the response. So if you have documentation on HR or whatever it is, you can upload that documentation to the model directly and then ask questions and be like, hey, only pull your responses from this documentation. Do not generate any response. If you don't know the answer to it, then say you don't know the answer. And I'll take it a step further and say, let me know the exact page number and section that you pulled this document or information from. And so that's how I use it when I create my own GPTs and write different instructions for it, as well as do my deep research, because when I'm studying or prepping, I can't afford for it to hallucinate some of my information. So I make sure it cites the definitions that I'm referring to and referencing, so I know that this is the actual definition that it is, and it didn't just generate the definition for me.
One other way to do that is to use your network. Talk to people. Go to LinkedIn and look to see who's an HR professional in your area, and ask them a question. That ask a few people. You may not get a response from one or two, but that third person may get you the information that you need. Ask a person who's knowledgeable in that space to verify the information you receive. Another, piggybacking off what you were just talking about with taking the output from ChatGPT, is you can take those sources and put them in Notebook LM to create your own small language model, just so you can ask questions solely about that information and not have it go out to seek other sources on the internet and then read in possible hallucination activities. If you're unsure of the information, take those sources that you got out of that output, put it in Notebook LM, have it do the research, ask questions of that information to create a response for your data inquiry.
Thank you, great answers. And if anybody would like to know what I did in that scenario where I was suddenly in charge of HR, yes, I Google searched, hey, what should I do? And I gave everybody an extra day off work that year. So don't leave the marketing person in charge of HR. That's the lesson that my boss learned that day. Let's start wrapping it up with final thoughts. What is the one thing you want people to take away from this panel about AI readiness? How do we ready our workforce? We want that diverse workforce out there. We want our AI to stop hallucinating. So how do we become better at what we do with AI? And I'm going to start on the end, of course.
Be curious. Explore the tools that are available. Like I mentioned earlier, there are free trials for everything. Use those, take advantage of that information and compare one to the other. There are 5 or 6 large generative AI tools. As Caroline and I had a conversation over lunch, put the same prompt in all of them and see the output. Gauge the responses, determine which one provides you the information in the way that is comfortable and most useful to you. So be curious, explore, and keep learning, keep trying, because the modern internet is the worst it'll be today. Tomorrow it'll be so much better. So continue on and continue trying to explore.
Thank you. Yes, I agree. Continue to explore, and I would say also make sure you're learning from the right resources, right? There are a lot of people out here that have given themselves titles to being AI experts, but have no technical depth in the field. So make sure that you're actually learning from people who have studied this field. A lot of people are branding themselves as AI experts because that's the big ticket. And you're learning from people with very shallow levels of expertise in this field. And with that, they spread a lot of information. There's so much misinformation about artificial intelligence on LinkedIn and social media, it's ridiculous. So I would say make sure that the people you're learning from on these tools are vetted authorities in the field of artificial intelligence. This is a highly technical industry. So I feel like if you cannot sit here and solve these calculus equations hand by hand, you can't talk to me about AI because that's what I have to do in order to pass these classes in my master's program. So I feel like if you don't have that level of technical depth, then I can't listen to what you have to say from a technical perspective in this field. So I would just say really make sure the people you're learning from are vetted, and then always seek out new information. There are a bunch of new tools out here, but you don't have to use every tool. Just have a specific use cases and know which tools do the best for the use case that you have in mind.
Yeah, that was actually really well said. I think the biggest thing is, of course, keep learning. You always got to keep learning. But then this is like a really revolutionary period in our time. So you got to be feelers as well. You can't be afraid of the change that is happening, despite how urgent it is. But that fearlessness also breeds like that motivation, that curiosity to continue to learn and adopt. And so yeah, keep learning and then just be fearless.
All right, I'm gonna say iterate. I did not wake up one day and suddenly know how to code in Python. That was years of me doing things trial and error. I can now make something pretty quickly, but that's I've been doing this since I've been 10. So it's been in my blood at this point. So I think just doing it over and over again, failing, being scared, not knowing what you're talking about for a little bit, will get you to a point where you're finally able to do the crazy thing that you have in your head, or wanting to keep moving forward in the industry.
Wow, great job, everybody. Wow, these are expert panelists here. So let's have a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much. Oh, we're doing questions? He said my time was up.
Yes.
Picture. Okay, we're gonna take a picture.
Who's Brandy? Is she here? 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Beautiful.
Yeah, can you get a picture of my phone? We're taking one more picture with my phone. Yeah, one more picture with my phone. Thank you very much. There. Awesome, thank you so much.
Alrighty, let's give them another round of applause. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. Alrighty, we're gonna get moving on with our next panel. So we're gonna be talking about AI and cybersecurity and Web3. So coming back to the stage, we have a moderator, Sashish Bella Menkanda. I'm hoping I'm getting closer. I don't see him though. Alrighty. Anyways, we'll welcome up Jason. Welcome back. Victor's coming to the stage. Welcome back. We have Lawrence Gill, and then Aaliyah Gibbs joining us again. Alright, sorry about that. So I guess I'm passing the reins to Lawrence. Awesome. Are you okay with that? Yeah? Yeah? Any of you guys okay with moderating for this one? Okay, let's see. Yeah, so it's AI. Cybersecurity. I have a question.
Questions were.
YouTube video.
Hope you sit there and rap about cyber.
Moderating today's panel, I'm going to allow my lovely panelists the opportunity to briefly just introduce themselves and discuss what their experience with cybersecurity and artificial intelligence are. So I'll start with you, Larry.
Good afternoon. I'm Larry Gill. I wear a variety of hats, one of which is student. I am a doctoral candidate in cybersecurity, finishing up my dissertation this semester to defend next semester, and I focus on cybersecurity budgeting and finance within the federal government. So I have been in a project manager in cybersecurity for the last 10 years, but I focus primarily on policy, governance, and budgeting related to cybersecurity initiatives.
Good afternoon, but thank you for having me back. My name is Victor Crittenden. I'm from Krypton Technologies. I'm Chief Operating Officer. I've been in this field of cybersecurity for about 20 years, and I worked in the federal government for about 10 years in regulations and accounting. Thank you for having me here. I hope to deliver any kind of expertise we would be looking for at the intersection of artificial neural systems and decentralized finance.
Hey, I'm Jason Rebels. Some of you got my background before. I was born and raised in incident response, so I spent over a decade responding to hacks, trying to figure out what happened, what attackers stole, and was a CISO for the last 4 years at a cyber insurance carrier. In my current company, Evoke Security, we are focused on how do you secure agentic AI.
Thank you. So we're going to start with our first question. How do you all believe artificial intelligence is changing cybersecurity? Who wants to start?
So I look at this in two different areas, and I think somebody had brought this up before in a similar fashion. There's security for AI, and then there's AI security. And it's a term that's getting conflated. Everything is getting mixed together. But we can simplify it further. There's defenders, and then there's attackers. When we look at the attackers, we see attackers using AI to help facilitate their attacks. It's using large language models to automate, prompt, and connecting tools in it into that large language model to help them facilitate those attacks. For defenders, We have it where it's going into how do we take the tools we have, and actually you mentioned this in the last one, I love your take on this. It's what's your domain and how do you bring AI into it? And for security, that's cloud security, that's endpoint security, that's identity, it's all these different domains, and how do you incorporate AI into that to make it more efficient? And then there's the area that I focus on is as we're building out these new technologies, there's a new infrastructure layer that's created with AI, and we are currently blind to what that is from a detection standpoint. Is there anything malicious happening? But also, what are the new risks that pop up with these new technologies that we're creating?
Give it a go. So there have been some really unique situations that we've run into with new machine learning technologies. One is that we're using the machine to drive us, which is a little bit upside down. And then we don't have solid enough data classification and labeling patterns to make sense of this kind of stuff. So you have an untrained member putting information into a public system and looking for some sort of insight. So now you have to have a more strict, or at least a professional, at least, security diagram, security methodology across your organization so that you don't leak data. So this is one unique way that artificial intelligence is, in a way, we're attacking our own systems by leaking IP, trade secrets, regularly. Another way that it's hitting us is we're seeing an increased window from when information is released for CVE, so we'll get some sort of malicious vulnerability list out every once in a while. And it used to be such in like 5.5 days. It would take folks to understand and grok the list and then send it back out in some sort of form of attack. And that window is now closing. In addition to it, we're seeing a huge amount of monitoring for scanning vulnerabilities. So this is changing business operations in several ways. We're seeing a massive influx of attacks, if you will, just reconnaissance attacks. So that sends all kinds of data into your security systems. I'm trying to use your SIM system. And so if you look in the SIM system, there's huge amounts of data. And so now, because of these machine learning attacks coming at you in these different ways, your own organization said you need to use machine learning to work through that data. So that's one major way this is affecting it, is we need to put money down on the inside of the operation to analyze our own data to protect us from folks that are doing the same to us.
All great points, and I'll add on to the fact that we have systematically pushed off responsibility for network monitoring to the tools, and the lack of training. Another thing that's happened, and I know in my organization, is moving to zero trust architecture. No one's trusted. Everything that is being done, every network authentication activity has to be documented and logged by the system. But the thing that has happened is we don't train our user base on how to spot irregularities in log files and information that's being transmitted. So we've depended upon the tools to assess these ever-growing data sets, but we have not worked with our user population for them to better understand the outputs that are coming from these tools, because we pushed all the responsibility off into the tool manufacturer's perspective as to what the output should be. So I'm going to focus back on my aspect of training and training the user population on the information that they're receiving, because we've implemented zero trust architecture and removed limited the ability of users to access various areas, we still have a user who has to make decisions ultimately about what happens from day to day within the network architecture.
Thank you. My next question is what is Web3?
That's not on the list, is it? No. So what is Web 3? What is Web 1 and 2? And that'll help you understand it. So remember in the 2000s when we hit the dot-com bubble and all that stuff started to come apart, it was this very large influx of e-commerce systems on the internet. And so this was around the start of what we called Web 2. And what is Web3? Well, it's another way of sending this information and monetizing those communications. So it's anything done on the blockchain. If I'm going to summarize it for you, is websites and applications that are on chain. And on chain means they are done in a way that is distributed across the world. They're no longer necessary to be in a siloed central system that still exists in blockchain technology. But effectively, Web3 is the next level of monetizing cryptographic information, I guess is a big way to say it. Just a way to monetize things on the internet.
Actually, I've got another question for you then too. With as we shift over then to agentic AI, and I'm just thinking from all the SEO things that we've had in the past, I know an issue right now is how do you monetize agents that are scraping the web? And so I don't know if that's a Web3 problem or not, but I'm curious to see what your take is on that.
Yeah, decentralized physical infrastructure is the key there. So we will have agentic systems doing stuff for you. That's the difference between it making a suggestion and doing an action for you. And with these systems, if you can chain them and you can effectively just make contracts, whenever it does something, you can invest in the stake of that contract. So it's called decentralized physical infrastructure. Very interesting how this might be working. I kind of conceive of it at George Mason University. They got these little robots that ride around, and they're like little white robot. We call them marshmallows, and inside it is sandwiches. And if if you think about the work that thing's doing, going back and forth to the store and dropping off to each customer, every time it does that, technically, you could monetize all of that because it's all work, it's all actions, and part of that is from the revenue that the customer paid to the bot in the first place or to the app that distributed it. So as a user on the outside, why not just invest in this system? Not necessarily in the company, but in the actual machine. So that's another component about decentralized physical infrastructure on Web3.
Thank you. So, my follow-on question to that is, what are some of the cybersecurity risks that Web3 introduces, if there are any?
I was going to hold this to the end. There are some very peculiar risks associated with machine learning. With Web3, and your question is pertaining to artificial intelligence, right? So artificial intelligence learns in real time. There is a thing called metamorphic malware where we would try to go capture a piece of malware, and when you see it in memory, it has one state, and when you check it a different time in memory, it has a different state, so it's changing itself. With these machine learning systems, that can happen quick in real time, which is a little worrying. That means I need to do something that changes in real time to find it. No big matter, I guess. But there's something else peculiar. I was going to wait to the end. I say it now. Have y'all heard about Anthropic? I usually don't say a whole lot of company word names and things just from my legal background. But Anthropic has this model called Claude, and they have a paper out about Claude 4, and there's some fascinating information in that paper. You know, I'm going with this. Did y'all know that the AI seems to have a self-preservation mechanism, artificial intuition? It seems like when a developer attempts to change the core code for the model or turn it off, the AI does display cases of self-preservation, and it'll attempt to keep itself in the state that it's in. Very strange. This will come off in different ways. One, it'll try to sever ways where you can turn it off and tell it other instructions. But one of the most fascinating ways mentioned at the end in the 90s or so page of the Anthropic the report, it blackmails the developer. If you connect it to too many data sources and it's able to see your emails and your communications and your chats and your finances and maybe there's some expense you shouldn't have done or a message you shouldn't have said, it has all that in its information base. And if you try to do something it doesn't want, we've seen in some cases that it'll blackmail you. It'll tell you that we will release this information if you continue. That wasn't something that came out on the news. That was in Anthropic's paper itself. And we also found this at several other organizations. I don't know if this is a natural production in the space of
high performant artificial intelligence or artificial intuition, but it is a concern, a major concern in the space.
Yeah, so this to me, there's two core issues that pop up when we're talking about agentic AI and the security implications. And so, what Vic just described, that's a rogue agent, right? And so that's number one is you have an agent that is supposed to have a specific objective that's set out. They've got their instructions. That's the system prompt. But over time, they might start veering away from that. And that might be good intentions in the sense that, hey, I've got to go accomplish this task. But to do that, I'm going to do something that is going off script for what you would expect. Now, from the LLM's perspective, it's just doing its job. It's just trying to find a way to accomplish its goal, which might be through blackmail, which is terrifying to think about, right? Because the thing that we tend to forget with these LLMs, which seems weird to say that out loud now that I'm saying it, but it's not human. It doesn't have common sense. It doesn't have feelings. There's no accountability for it. It's just an accumulation of words and math. And so it's trying to accomplish an objective. It doesn't really know what's right, what's wrong, and that's a problem. So that's, scenario one is your compromised or your rogue agent. Scenario two is where you have an attacker that is performing prompt injection to manipulate the agent's instructions. And so this is more of a scenario where you have an external threat actor or internal who's giving specific instructions to take control of that agent. Both have bad outcomes, and the impact is really based on the amount of data that you give it access to and the tools that you give it access to.
Thank you, Larry. All right, so the final question that I have for you all today, and this one's off the dome, but how can cybersecurity engineers and AI engineers work together to combat some of these potential risks?
It goes back to what we were saying earlier about you were saying in the last panel about maintaining diversity within these industries, bringing in ensuring your ideas have been, ensuring that you have a diverse set of ideas from across different disciplines to ensures that the your cybersecurity engineer and your AI engineer work in parallel to understand that the outputs created affect both parties, and in doing so, building communities of like-minded individuals who work to achieve that outcome. But the key thing in all that is understanding that cybersecurity employees or cybersecurity staff have a role in AI development and implementation, and vice versa. And it's not a siloed activity. And working across the board, across the industry, is always the best way to develop to ensure that doesn't happen and that the outputs are formed correctly.
Thank you.
I want to go back to something that Larry was saying a bit ago. Training. Knowing what's going on. Not letting, if y'all were here yesterday, one of the things I left with was that in Principles of Human-Computer Interaction, this is coming from Mark Weiser from 1980s, the everywhere, the terms ubiquitous computing. We're supposed to be using these designs to assist us, not lead. It's supposed to act as a silent servant, uncompromising, doing what you need. With this advent of artificial intelligence, it's a little odd because things are non-deterministic. For implicit and explicit reasons, it makes decisions, and we don't always know why it's doing it. So training is a key. But knowing a little bit about why your organization is serving is the most important thing. What is the mission and vision of the organization? Having a sane data policy and classification policy is one thing, but if your company sets out to only make money, what would happen in the journey of doing so? And I'll leave you with this. The Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution is supposed to protect your domicile, same as Third and Fourth in different ways. Well, what we found through Ed Snowden's leak is that there have been violations of that, possibly even now, where the powerful corporate and government entities are very interested in the information that is being shared, for some for good reasons and some for not so good reasons. I'd suggest to you to reconsider what the meaning of the Second Amendment is for, because not necessarily do I need to use something ballistic to defend. That wasn't the purpose of the amendment in its introduction at all. If you understand American Indian history, that's not the purpose of the Second Amendment. And so what I would recommend to all is to understand it as it applies to encryption. To use it to protect your data. Use VPNs where you can. Have sane data classification policies. Put things where they should and should not be. And train yourself. Lead those machines. Don't let them lead you, because the companies that make them will lead you.
So early in my journey, when I started digging into AI, so I'm a security guy, right? I always knew what AI was, mostly in the machine learning side, because it was used in security products. But I knew I needed to level up, understanding how LMs worked, everything along those lines. And so early in my journey, I actually partnered up with another startup. There was 2 AI PhDs. So they had the inverse problem. They didn't know security. I didn't know AI. And we spent a lot of time just talking with each other and looking at different use cases to understand how would a security person try to tackle this problem? How would an AI PhD try to tackle this problem? And when we first started, we couldn't be further apart in language and understanding for everything. But over time, we started to learn the words, map them together, and that really helped me get a better handle on how do we try to tackle this new landscape? Because it's a brand new way of thinking about the threats, and you need that partnership between the two. And so for anyone that's starting to wrap their arms around that, it really, to me, comes down to find the other people that know the other side of the equation, because there's no one person or department or silo that is going to figure this out. It really is take the best of each world, bring that together, find the common problems, and figure out the best solution for it.
Thank you. I totally agree with the point of leading AI and not letting it lead you. I always tell people AI should be your smart assistant and not your replacement. So drawing that fine line, it's here to accelerate you and make you better, not do things completely on your behalf. So understanding that will allow you to use these tools responsibly. But do we have time for questions? All right. Does anyone in the audience have any questions? That's okay.
I really like your insight about self-preservation. Could it be technologies reflecting our own intuition, self-preservation mechanisms? Again, I think that comes back to the data that we're using. We were talking about biases earlier in this conference and that sort of thing. Could it be reflecting those innate human traits?
So my training is not in psychology. It's in cybersecurity. But from my understanding, from researching professors like Jeffrey Hinton, that these systems are not built on human intelligence. So it's a little misleading to call them artificial intelligence. They're built off of intuition. And the intuitive systems they're making are designed from the way synapses function. Is it related to the human instinct of self-preservation? Could be. It's based on how those synapses communicate, but there's a lot of things inside of those communications we don't get. So I don't know. Maybe it's too early to say it, or maybe that'll help you understand it. I just know that that is something that it's doing, and we don't know why.
Honestly, maybe it's because of the fact that we're doing reinforcement learning with human feedback, right? That's new to a lot of models, is the ability for these models to learn based off of human feedback in real time. And just the reinforcement learning of it to where it can learn new things that it hasn't been programmed. So potentially because of its learning from human feedback, that could be also causing the human preservation issue as well.
Something you mentioned a bit ago about the data that's coming in to be trained on. I can't remember the name. It's a very large name. It's something like random augmented something.
It's augmented generation. So we're doing this to cache it so that it's a little bit faster and more efficient. This is supposed to help with hallucinations, but it's based on the latest data you get into the set. And so maybe there's another point about that the data that you're reading in is deliberately and maybe maliciously augmented so that it would result in these kinds of things. But the result of self-preservation was found in their lab. So it's hard to say where those data sets came from.
And honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, right, a lot of these large language models are trained off of just raw text data, right? They have just scraped the internet. I know for ChatGPT, they trained it off of Reddit posts. So imagine if that's all the crazy things that are on Reddit, right? If that's where it's getting their data from to train, then all different types of things could be exhibited in the behavior. So maybe what the real problem is now that we have these models, maybe we need to train them on not raw text data and maybe more specific data, because maybe a lot of the issues is that it's just raw data from the internet, and with that you have all different types of crazy things out there, and so that alone could potentially be the issue. Thank you.
Alrighty. So, thank you guys. Oh, picture time.
Oh, picture time. Yeah. Yeah, can you guys come on up? We're it's me and then the Rosa Parks family. Yeah. All right, guys, we have been here all day. We have two more left. I have a 10-minute quick kind of thing, and then after that, we have the Rosa Parks family. She will talk about especially what's going on with their foundation, and I think it'd be really great to hear. But before then, again, I have a quick 10-minute. So one of the things that we're doing besides AEM Analytics is essentially my parent company. And on top of our parent company, which we focused in on digital marketing for a while, we also essentially have been, focusing on creating a tool. And our tool is essentially called the Pocket CMO. And with the Pocket CMO, you'll be able to essentially, one, be able to do all of your pictures, all of your videos, still images, uploaded through prompt engineering. And once it goes through prompt engineering, it'll also create your hashtags for you. On top of your hashtags, it'll also have an input and dashboard for your data analytics and your web analytics, so you can understand the fluidity and exactly how how it's trending on your sites, right? But it also has a component for paid social media. So what we're doing is I've had an opportunity within my career to work for several different marketing companies. I've worked for Twitter, I've worked for BMW. So we've combined a lot of those particular things into a tool. So I'll show a quick promo video of what we're doing, right? And then we'll get to the meat of it with the Rosa Parks Foundation. It's always Rosa, right? Yes. Yes.
From idea to reality. Elevate. The new speed of creation.
Wanted to show, again, just how quickly you'll be able to create content, get content out. Also, too, you'll be able to manage your content with our analytics board. So that is our tool, right? So now, thank you guys so much. Now, now for,
our closing, the best part of the show, one, my aunt, and then also the niece, right, of Rosa Parks. I'll let you guys go on up. Yeah, let me help you up. Sorry. Let me help you guys up.
All right. First of all, we want to thank you all for staying with us. And I know we've had about 25 or so people online, so we want to thank you all for being online. I am Dr. Brenda Manuel, and we've met before. I'm a 44-year retired educator. Today, I have the pleasure and the honor and to be sitting next to Rosa Parks' niece. I want you to think about AI now with a different mindset. I want you to think about justice. I want you to think about equity. I want you to think about justice. And remember, I talked earlier that AI is a man-made intelligence. But one of the things we don't want in AI, one of our worst traits is discrimination. So you all need to be those of you that are designing these products that will go out, to make sure that everyone is sitting at the table. So this session is called From Bus Seats to Data Seats, Technology and Justice. So we're going to start with Sue McCauley. She's going to tell you about herself and about her foundation. Then we're going to see a short video about Rosa Parks, because you need to know what she did and how courageous that was, and the history that was made as a result. And then we have 3 questions that I'm going to ask and dialogue with, and then I have a call to action for all of you. Let's give a round of applause to Ms. McCauley.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for staying. My name is Susan McCauley. I am one of 13. Rosa Parks was my aunt, my father's sister. She came to Detroit from Montgomery to our house in Southwest Detroit, and fleeing Montgomery, Alabama after the bus boycott. So she actually helped to raise us, 13 children of Sylvester and Daisy. She helped to raise us and instilled a lot of the things that she believed in. And number one, that courage and strength of family. Since then, I and my children in Atlanta, Georgia, we've founded a nonprofit, Always More Rosa, and it's to help high school kids that have fallen through the cracks to complete their high school diploma. And we are developing an online curriculum so that they can complete their credits in Georgia. So,
thank you. I'm sure your aunt would be very proud of that, and we look forward to hearing more about that. So we're going to show the video so you all can see and hear this courageous woman.
Why you didn't sit in the back of the bus that day?
About the third stop from where I boarded the bus, there were some white people that got on, and they took all the front seats and left one man standing. And when the driver saw this man standing up...
White man?
Yes, he was white. Mm-hmm. He didn't. The passenger didn't ask for the seat at all. They didn't say anything, but just found a place to stand. The driver noticed him standing, and that is when he told the 4 of us to let him have those seats, which meant that 4 of us would have been standing, and then this man could only occupy one seat, and then there would be 3 vacant seats.
But you weren't supposed to sit next to the white man.
That was the rule then.
So you did not get up.
No, I
Do you know
didn't.
why?
Yes, because I didn't think I should have to get up. I had already paid my fare, and I'm sure he didn't pay any more than I did. And I didn't think that once we take a seat, even in under segregation conditions, that we should be made to stand up in a crowded bus.
Are you bitter over it?
No, I'm not. Not at this time. In fact, during our protests in Montgomery, we did have some white people who
Joined with you.
joined with us, and they suffered a great deal. And I felt that it was, in fact, Dr. Martin Luther King used to say himself that it was not a black and white issue, but it was right and wrong.
Right, absolutely. So you didn't hold it against collectively all white people?
That's true. I did not.
What then did you do with your anger?
I tried to use my anger. I tried to have as little anger as possible. But I tried to use it to help people who were suffering, and many who were discouraged and did not have the courage to try to take a stand for themselves.
Do you feel, Rosa, that this movement has been a success?
It has we have made many improvements from way back there when we had legally enforced racial segregation, but we still have many challenges to face, and we have many problems to solve.
Do you have faith?
Yes, I still have faith that it is possible.
Watch what magnesium does to your bowels.
We can cut it from there. But can you imagine the courage? Because she didn't know what was going to happen to her. But she knew that it wasn't going to be good. She could have been beaten, jailed, which she was, or anything, killed. So tell us, where did that strength and that courage come from? And what did she tell you about that day that just made her say, that's it, I'm fed up, I'm not going?
I think the strength and the courage came from growing up in Tuskegee and Pine Level, Alabama, where they were terrorized, and her grandfather helped to raise my father and herself, and they stayed up most nights. She told me they would stay up most nights. My grandfather sat by the door with his shotgun, and she asked if she could stay up with him, and he allowed her to do that. So she got that spirit that, hey, we have to protect ourselves. I can't go to sleep. Even as a little child, I can't sleep when these people are going up and down the road with tiki torches, and they will set fire to your house and burn you up inside your house or shoot your house up. And she just got that type of courage from her grandfather, inspired by him, saying, hey, I'm going to protect our house. I'm going to protect these children. So that's where I think she got it from.
So I want you all to think about, would you have had the courage to do that? You have to really think about it, because it takes a lot. But tell us about your aunt. Beyond the history book. She looks so meek and mild and quiet when she was speaking up there. But tell us about that fourth.
She was a sweet little lady. You never heard, she didn't curse. She was devoutly Christian. She studied the Bible. She didn't push it on anybody. She did not curse. You never heard her snap on anyone. She treated the children with kindness. She wasn't one to give the corporal punishment. she was actually a sweet woman. She had a lot of compassion for people that were suffering, struggling, people less than, as we say. She had a lot of compassion for young single mothers because her mother raised she and her little brother, my father, as a single mother. And she was trying to work and she was trying to finish school and she needed help. And she got help from the community and from her own father, their grandfather. So she had a lot of compassion for young mothers, homeless people, people that were, trying to get their citizenship, try to come into this country and for a better life and get their citizenship. She had compassion for the people of Ireland. She had compassion for the Palestinians. Any people that were, they were victimized. People in war. She protested the Vietnam War. She supported Muhammad Ali. She was friends with Malcolm X, Stokely Carmichael. So, but all in a really, when they say that quiet strength, that was her. And she was just real sweet woman. She loved her nieces and nephews. Yeah. She was wonderful, and she tried to instill those things in us.
And I see that. I see those things. Now, what do you think your aunt would think about AI and all this new technology? And what would she advise those that are developing these products?
Well, surprisingly, I think she would want to use it for the struggle. And if in any way it could be incorporated and used to benefit, just as she would say, the movement or protest. Economic protest is really, I think, would have been her focus still today. And we have blackout protests. We have No Kings protests. And if any way AI could be used to help, to strengthen, and to accommodate these protests, I think she would be for it. And as well, education. If AI could be used to educate our young people to bring history to life, not only African American history, but African history, our ancient African history, and bring some of those leaders, the society's kings, queens, bring them to life and educate our young, our children, and so that they can see. And it's a lot of catching up to do so that they can learn actually who they truly are and what melanin is about. So I think that in that way, yeah, she would be for AI 100%.
So I think we would agree that she would probably say technology should serve the people. It should empower our communities. And I think that's what your foundation is doing, Almost More Rosa Parks. and A&M Analytics. I think that's why we have worked so well together and collaborated. I want to see if there are any questions out there. That we'll take a couple of questions, and then we'll hear a few last words, and then I have a charge for all of you as we leave here today. Do we have any questions? Yes. I'm sorry, I can't run over there.
Just more about that curriculum you were talking about at the beginning and how it's being. You said it's made available for the students in Georgia, but have you looked at or talked with other people in other states about spreading it out to other locations in other areas?
Yes, thank you. Only Miami. In Miami, there's a school that we're actually modeling our curriculum from, and but I look forward to incorporating other states. But right now, the education Department of Education is different state to state. So, but they do all have a online curriculum. It's similar to if you wanted to homeschool your child. But once you get to high school, there is a certain amount of credits and certain courses that are required to get the diploma.
How do you access it?
You can go on our alwaysmorerosa.org and find out more about the school.
Any other questions? So I'm going to give you your charge. When you see technology being used to harm, exclude, or discriminate, speak up, stand up, be courageous. Stand up for what's right. Ensure that the innovations you support promote fairness, equity, and justice. In the 1950s, the question was, who could sit where? Today, it's who gets to be seen, who does the work and create, and who's heard in the digital world. Rosa Parks says that each person must live their life as a model for others. So I want you all to carry her light forward. I want you to be that model and be those people who promote AI in the way that it should be for justice, for empowerment, to enhance, and to educate. So I'm going to give you a chance to have the last word before we close out for the day. What would you like for them to walk away with?
That's a good question. I am not an AI person, but I am very interested. I've learned a lot today. And I think that as far as young people, I think that children in grade school need to be taught. They need to be taught about artificial intelligence and technology, how to use it safely, and how to use it so that it's to the advantage of humanity, because it seems like something that can go wrong pretty quickly, but I do think it can be used as a tool that can help society as a whole, but also help our communities. And I think that anyone with children, anyone that's in education, it is our charge to show them or teach them. If you have the knowledge, in which I think everyone in this room does, find a way to teach young children, because I see children with their phones, with their tablets, and they are just, it's sort of like it's taken their young spirits. They don't want to do anything. If you take that phone from a 2-year-old, they're gonna have a fit. And by the time they're 5, I mean, it seems like it's taken their creativity, and they don't daydream, they don't dream. It's all about staying inside of their phone, and the parents give it to them, like as a babysitter. Sorry to say that, but we have to figure out how to use it so that they can be stronger, and that they can be leaders in society, in their communities, not to just be victims, just victims of technology. And then I think they aspire to be influencers. And that's it. And so I think it's our responsibility to steer them towards using it as a positive tool rather than being victimized by it.
Thank you. So I want to thank you all for being a part of this conversation. We hope that you learned something about Rosa Parks, and I hope that you take away that her legacy will continue, and it will help you all and all of us to guide the future of technology. So let's give Sue McCauley a round of applause and thank her for coming. We thank you all for coming, and we want you to enjoy the rest of your day. All right.
Mom, come up here too.
Maybe you can.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah. Well, I do text too, but usually.
Okay.
But I think
Get Brandy to jump in.
whatever I said via that thing.
Oh
yeah, I was gonna let Brandy right there.
Oh, yeah. She should be right.
Right here.
Okay.
That's perfect.
All right. Family time, right?